Welcome to the pub, everybody. It's Saturday night. How you doing? I hope you are well and had a good week. Sound good and all, boys, fellas, gentlemen, men? Good. Glad to hear it. Thank you. Fortunately, the team I was just rooting for in a football game lost, so I won't give it away in case I don't want to be a spoiler, but what we got here in the chat? RW, good to see you, man. Mr. E, hello. Good to see you. Last Dance. Eastwind Farms, peace to you as well, bro. I hope everyone is doing all right. This will be our last few days with a few different things, but Biden as president for one, TikTok going away, it seems like, which kind of a bummer. I don't see the reasoning behind it. What is the question you asked? Whatever happened to the donation button? I don't have 500 subs, so I need to get that in order to be monetized. So I probably have about 278, unfortunately. So fairly long way to go. I get a decent amount of views. I just don't have a lot of subscribers because I never really pushed that sort of thing. So, that's that. I don't know why I had it for a while or why it went away, but I know that's why I don't have it now. That's what YouTube says. And I don't think I really ever, a few people donated a few dollars, but I don't even know where that went. Did it go towards my YouTube Premium monthly subscription? I have no idea. Or did it go back into an account of mine that I have linked up to YouTube? Possibly. But it's not like I'm going on there looking for a $2 deposit from YouTube. So I don't know. But maybe eventually someday I'll get to 500. We'll see. But I'm not really into this for the money, and I wouldn't expect to make anything anyways, so it doesn't really matter. It is nice to just have a platform to hang out with some people. Try to angle this thing a little bit better. And just, talk like we do. Yeah, that's right. YouTube takes 30% on super chats, I guess. Do they still call them super chats or whatever they call them? Yeah, I mean, there's other ways that creators can get more money, like Patreon, stuff like that. I think Twitch takes some money too of the donations that you give. We could ask Random Goon if he shows up what the deal is with that. And always check him out on Fridays. He does a UK thing with guitar. So it's probably around 9:30 or something for Random Goon on his Twitch channel. He hasn't been doing it for a couple of weeks. He's been a little under the weather, but he will be back. It is a lot of fun. Can request songs and whatnot. Very cool. Yeah, I think in more recent fashion, I'm going to get this thing opened up fairly quickly here. If you guys think you might be ready. Yes. All right. Yeah, let's fire this up. Get some opinions going here. John Grammaticus, welcome, Mr. E. All right. How's it going, man?
All right. How you doing?
Pretty good, thanks. Pretty good.
Happy Saturday.
Same to you. Indeed. It is a long weekend for me, so that is kind of nice. Any interest in the football game that was going on here today?
I mean, I wanted the other team to win. So
right, the Texans, same as me. I don't know. Mahomes seems to be kind of dirty a little bit with the way he's trying to get penalties and.
Yeah, I don't really have anything against the team. I generally like to see underdogs win. When someone's won a lot, I think, well, let somebody else win. So I was I was done with the Patriots
Every-
after 3 Super Bowls, let's say.
Mhm.
But so that's how I feel about that team from Kansas City too. I got
Yeah.
nothing against their players; they're all great players. So
Mhm. Now, you said last week or the week before that you don't watch any Baltimore games.
I
Are
try
you
not to. Yeah.
are you going to watch next weekend?
Isn't it tomorrow?
Oh, sorry. No. Yeah. So it's tomorrow against the Bills. Then the winner plays the Chiefs next weekend, right?
Yeah.
So are you?
I probably won't watch the beginning. Here's the way I cheat. I don't watch the beginning of the game, and I check the score online. And if it's looking like the Ravens are gonna like win in a blowout, then I'll start watching.
But if it's close, is it too
If it's
stressful?
close, it's too stressful. It's
Like
so
unhealthy stressful?
it is. It's so pathetic, but I have to.
Okay.
I recognize my weakness, and I really can't do anything about it other than not watch the game.
Okay.
Make it to the Super Bowl, I'll probably watch the whole game.
Hmm. I mean, I don't see them beating. It's going to be quite a game. Lamar Jackson against Josh Allen, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Buffalo will be favored for sure.
Yeah, because I mean, the Ravens tend to kind of crap themselves a little bit here in the playoffs, don't
They
they?
do.
Yeah, it's
They do.
unfortunate because he's such a talented quarterback,
Yeah.
But well, I like the Bills. They're my alternate team to the Pats. So
Me too. I'm really a big Bills fan. I love to watch Josh Allen play.
yeah, he's a freak. As is Mahomes. I'm not going to hate on him for
Absolutely.
his football ability is outstanding.
Yeah,
I'd even call it outrageous.
it is.
But I just see him. He did this thing one week, or he's done it a couple times, where he like fake slides, or he
Yeah.
fakes goes out of bounds, or slows down going out of bounds because he's trying to get
Right.
somebody to shove him to get the penalty for
Yeah.
unsportsmanlike conduct. That stuff, I don't like it.
No, I think it is also unsportsmanlike to take advantage of the rules to protect quarterbacks
Exactly.
and use that to get extra benefits.
Right. Exactly. It sort of reminds me of flopping in soccer. Like the original way to bullshit and get away with something. So I just don't like it. But all right, that's our obligatory football talk.
Yep.
RW appears to be off camera. Are you
I
ready?
I see him.
You ready? All right. I think he had somebody there with him for a moment. And she's still there.
All right.
How you doing, Sarita?
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Good evening.
I am fine and dandy.
Good.
That's parenting code.
Yeah, that means the opposite of fine and dandy.
Well, I'm about to put the eldest one to bed and then we'll be done and then I can go and just pretend like life doesn't exist. It'll be great.
There you go.
She binge watched Twilight and she's going to finish it tonight.
No, I did Twilight, silly.
Oh, which one is this one now?
The adult version of Twilight.
I don't know what that
50
one is.
Shades.
50 Shades.
We're on the third.
I do know what that one is.
I've never seen them. I know they.
It's overrated. Like people made it out to be so much more than it was. Just so you know.
Yeah, joke's on them.
Yeah.
It was kind of done with like a kink factor to it, right? Like, isn't there a fair amount of that?
It's the gateway.
But it's I guess I would say it's like dipping your toes into that kind of thing. It's not as bad as everyone made it out to be.
Right.
Yeah,
I do.
some people call it cliterature.
I do recall.
It's not even that.
Well,
He'll clitter it.
Some of the like Walmart or whatever had was selling weird like S&M type stuff, like around the time, like inspired by the movies,
That's
which
hilarious.
was pretty oddball,
A nice
but-
Chinese AI ripoff.
Yeah,
right. No, like clothes.
that's weird.
Yeah, very odd. But yeah, not a movie guy myself. You are talking about the movie, right?
Yeah, books about him.
Gotcha. Good. All right on. Good to see you.
Did you guys buy your Trump coins?
No, of course not.
Oh, Last Dance.
Did you get
I
one?
didn't have- I didn't. I don't have any cryptocurrency, but
Yeah.
I know that it's hyped off the chain right now. So,
Yeah.
'cause just to fill everybody in, basically yesterday Trump released his meme coin. I think it started at $5, and then right now it's currently $28. So in the last 24 hours or less, basically, people have made ridiculous amounts of money.
Better get on that.
It went up to 33 at its highest, and then it went down to 23, and now it's back at 28.
It's rising. I think it's gonna. What's up?
Yeah, so of course it went to 33.
Sarita said, "Of course it went to 33." She's a watchman. She heard the number.
Hey, Eyes Wide Shut. What's his name? Dave Portnoy bought $500,000 worth. So
Yeah. The Barstool Sports guy isn't that who that is?
yeah, he bought it at 23 and it's up to 28. So I don't know. Yeah, he probably just made 10 grand or something like that in half a day.
Is there anybody on the pub that plays with crypto?
I don't think so.
Okay, I don't recall a conversation happening with anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I missed the boat on it, unfortunately, but
It's never too late. I just don't. I'd rather have something I can touch. I'm old fashioned, I guess.
true, but theoretically, you could turn it into cash if done properly. You can,
Yeah.
but I think we missed the boat on it when it was 40K. You know,
Are you talking
now
about Bitcoin?
Yeah, Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's it? 103,000 right now.
Yeah. So, but it's a huge investment, you know, for a guy to drop 40,000 and just sit on it, unknowing of what's going to happen to it. That money's gone. But
Right. Imagine dropping 100,000 on it.
exactly. Yeah.
I know that it's more stable than the other coins, but I've also seen it tank pretty brutally. So I don't know. It's just, to me, I'd rather work for something I can hold and then spend it as fast as I can. I just don't trust. I don't know. I'm black pill on the future, so I'm not good for investment banter.
I hear you. Last Dance, ever any interest in it?
Well, I kick myself because I didn't actually mine them because I was around when it was first proposed.
Right.
You probably had a nice computer then too.
Well, you didn't need a nice computer, but yeah, I had a decent computer. I could have mined a couple hundred, and
the whole basement was a computer. I'm sure of it.
A couple hundred would have been, 10 million or so dollars now,
Right. Although there's no way I would have waited until now to cash them out. I don't have that kind of patience.
You'd be talking to us from your yacht somewhere in your Fiji right now.
I probably would have sold them, when they were worth, twice as much. So it would have been worth anything.
Oh, okay.
So I know there's Bitcoin ATMs and stuff, but how do you convert high value Bitcoins if you want to cash?
I think it's Binance. I think
I don't know. I mean, there are exchanges where you can convert, online exchanges convert Bitcoins to cash to dollars and dollars to Bitcoins.
Is that for a fee?
I'm sure there's a fee. That
Huh.
the exchange wouldn't make any money.
Yeah, it just, the whole thing seems so foreign to me.
I think the fee, though, and someone in chat can probably correct me, but I think the Binance fee for transferring from one to another is very small compared to what a bank would do.
Might be.
I mean, does banking, do they charge? Like, what do you mean by a bank? Or do you mean like
if you're transferring like yen into the US dollar through a bank, my understanding is they take a big fee, or there's a big conversion fee, whereas the digital conversion fee from Bitcoin from cryptocurrency to cash is not the same through Binance, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I didn't know there was maybe yen because it's Chinese, but like if you're converting Canadian to U.S. currency, I didn't think there was any fee.
When I did
There is.
Australian and American, I was feed.
Okay.
Absolutely. Any currency you get, you pay a fee.
The
Oh,
middleman, whatever that is. Who is that even? Who's the guy that gives them the Canadian dollar or whatever and transfers it to American? Like who's the guy in the physical van that ever does moves that? Is there ever any physical movement of cash anymore?
I don't know. I would guess yes.
Like we would
yeah.
think yes, but it's possible no.
Yeah, it is possible now.
You just have to, if no one ever calls on it, it's just they're like, yeah, sure, we're good.
I know a couple guys who I don't know if this is a thing anymore, money changing with like foreign currency, buying a bunch, holding on to it, and then when the values change, cashing it in or doing it at a certain time when the currency is going to be lower, and then when it's worth more. It's kind of a confusing thing, but you can
No,
do
it
pretty.
makes sense. It's just old-fashioned cryptocurrency trading.
Currency speculation.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
always been a thing.
You can do pretty well.
Well, yeah, if you know.
World market.
There's two sides. The interesting thing is there's two sides to the speculation there. Is the currency you're holding, is that country going to do something that makes their currency more valuable? And then the currency you're going to exchange it with, is there something that's going to make their currency less valuable? So, or the other way around.
I mean, like if you know a war's about to break out, can you trade currencies then? Which way would pre-UK war, which would be the way to go? Buy a bunch of Ukrainian currency at the lowest point of the war and then wait for it to go back up? Or
Yeah, that would be the way to go.
Right. So you're buying it when your American dollars can buy a lot more of it. And then when the value goes up of it,
banking that it will go back up.
Oh yeah, that's the risk.
Right.
Because Ukraine might disappear. You don't know.
Exactly. It might not be worth anything.
That would be a risky one, choosing Ukraine for that particular prospect. I think that would be a high risk.
I don't know if that would be a high risk in my mind. I don't think Ukraine's going to disappear.
I guess it's a higher risk than like a more stable country. Is what I'm saying. There's places that are far more unstable for sure. And yeah, I mean, we're giving them tons of money. So
I wish I knew more about economics, or I look forward to when it's all said and done and someone goes back into history and compiles information, what economy of the Ukraine was like through the process and how America floated it and what it did to their dollar to keep it where and all that. That will be interesting to me.
Just remember what we've sent them. And, there's going to be a lot of people in our own country here that are going to need money, that we should have a much easier time getting money to them than we do getting money to a foreign country. You know what I'm saying?
183 billion you sent to Ukraine. I said million, but it's billion. It's billion.
That's not just the cash value. That's all munitions and everything.
Yeah, that's money and weaponry.
And what is that for the yearly gross? What is it called? What our nation makes in 1 year?
Gross domestic product or gross national product?
Yeah,
GDP. Yeah.
I don't know, but I know the UK gives 22 billion. So we got a lot of catching up to do.
It was less than 1% when I looked last. I remember it was like it surprised me at how little that is compared to the money we make in a year. Not to support it, but just like it's not even a drop in the bucket. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's true, but I'm more concerned about taxes.
How so?
And
yours going up.
Anything money that we give to somebody else is money that comes out of the U.S. ultimately comes out of the U.S. taxpayer's pocket.
Right.
So,
right.
It's comparing it to GNP or GDP is is okay, but I'd rather say that it amounts to a certain percentage of our tax revenue every year.
RW, I'll give you a prime example. The UK paid off its debt from World War II to America when Margaret Thatcher was in power, which is not that long ago.
Okay.
So, that's how much debt we were in. I mean, the US done very well out of it, financially wise. But as for the UK, we were paying that off up until the mid '80s.
So you're in debt, though, right? Your nation's in debt.
Well, yeah, but that was our wartime debt to America. That's what we owed America.
Just for the war, and then on top of that, so it's not like you're out of debt with us.
Well, no, it just proves that, like I said, it's got to be paid somehow, and it was paid.
Right.
It was paid over the next 45 years, 50 years.
But
I'm going to say I don't have as much confidence in Ukraine paying us back as I do with the United Kingdom.
We're going to take whatever we want from them for infinity, though.
That's
sorry.
potential.
I've heard of at least a third of the cash just disappears.
I mean,
like it evaporates in transit.
Well, it seems to.
I think it evaporates when it gets to the other side.
It's hot.
I think that's where the magic happens.
Yeah, I mean, you really want some oversight here of what it's. If it's being used to keep families and people alive, and
Lamborghinis take a lot of lubricants, man.
I've heard rumors of that sort of stuff, but I've never seen any proof. There was one
compiled videos. That's all.
I've seen videos, but I've also seen like notes disproving how those particular Ukrainian officials afford those vehicles.
Oh, I'm sure.
I've seen some videos of cash, literally just cash, just everywhere in the politician's house, just snuck away, cupboards, just anywhere, just so much cash.
Insulation for the walls.
Yeah, it's like they were using it as insulation. They didn't know where to fucking put it. It had to be out of sight, but like it was like in the fridge, microwave, the oven, just full.
Wow. Yeah. It's not right. In a way, it sort of devalues money by just giving it away. Like people just fight and scrounge to make it by, and our government's just sending tons of it overseas. It's just, it's discouraging. It
is.
Sorry for Goonie. Before you got, someone asked him a question, right?
Yeah.
What was the question?
Nobody asked Goonie a question.
I thought
Red to He Goonie.
That was Red 2 M&M was a note. Just skip that.
Okay.
Note to self that I
Note
published
to everybody.
No, I don't. Oh, the question was about Twitch. That's no big deal. I mean,
yeah,
not a.
Well, Goon's a big deal, man.
Goon is a big deal. It's just about Twitch money and donations and shit like that. But yeah, I mean, this whole Ukraine thing, it's never gonna end. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. Like, it's just endless.
I mean, a couple of your views has changed over a period of time with the Ukraine war. We spoke about it in the past. It's just a reality of, I believe, just the death is just, it's terrible for this day and age for these young men on either side just to get slaughtered the way they are in helpless conditions.
What is the military back and forth that's happened lately? I haven't paid any attention to front lines or anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Since the wildfires started, it's been out of the.
I would assume it's just been massacre after massacre, like it always has been.
It randomly in different places.
Just meat grinder, like it's always been.
Yeah, in the last 2 weeks, they have actually caught some North Koreans. One confirmed, 2, but he died. But
were they seeking asylum?
Well, remember, for the last 3 months, we've been hearing from certain YouTube channels and Twitter channels saying that the North Koreans were all getting, you know. And the funny thing was, I was getting it from other sources saying that the North Koreans ain't even on the front line yet. You know, it's gonna take like 2 months, 6 weeks to get them on the front line, and it's about right. They started actually, you know, getting confirmed sightings with drones and stuff of basically North Koreans. You could see they were, you know, Japanese, Chinese, Korean sort of looking, and now they've caught one alive.
How does a drone look Korean?
Well, the quality's too good, mate. You know, you can see it. You know,
it's better than the Russian.
Well, the point is, a lot of the North Koreans have been slaughtered in the last 2 weeks. So that's quite. They just thrown them in one after each other.
What do you think the trade was for those men's lives between the nations? For the North Koreans' lives,
oil.
I would assume oil.
Oil from North Korea, or to give Russia. To them, right?
Yeah, from Russia.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Probably food too.
Yeah, and most sure be some technology.
Yeah,
for sure.
Are they regular army? Do we know anything about who they are? Are they conscripts? Are they convicts? I mean, what are these fucking people?
Good question.
Well, I don't know the answer to that question, but they have come up with a rude awakening in the sense that they've been throwing them out there. They haven't been
time, maybe they're like, "Hey, we're getting the hell out of North Korea. This is
man, yeah, I know, but they've been walking in groups, right? They've been walking in groups of like 6 foot apart, and no one in their right mind around there walks in close proximity when they're going through, say, enemy sort of territory or combative sort of area. You break up, and they're just fucking going on in groups and getting taken out by drones. So they have been slaughtered a bit.
Don't you think that they'd be like, "Hey guys, just so you know, spread out"?
Yeah, but obviously these North Koreans are just not getting it. They've never come across anything quite like this, I think. So they have come up. They have come up in the last 3 weeks, 2 weeks. They've come up and stuck. But
you're training in a shitty simulation, and then you're thrown in a real war.
Yeah, but from what I'm hearing, the Ukrainians are basically they did like another attack in Kursk in a certain area of Kursk, but they've lost at least 60% of the ground they took at the start. So it puts them in a scenario now where they're not in a great situation in Kursk, and it just looks like it's going to go into nothing. The Russians know it. So and generally, it's been positive for the Russians, even though they've lost men and men and men. The Ukrainians are running out of men, and that's the reality. There was an AP report the other day said that there was 200,000 AWOL, completely AWOL.
Wow. How much? If you were making the trade, Welshie, how many barrels of oil, crude oil, equals one Korean life?
Well, I dare not. I dare not think. But they've been getting Pornhub. They've discovered Pornhub because obviously now Starlink and stuff like that.
A digital brothel before they die. The world has met the future.
Yeah, they've never come across that, this sort of shit, have they?
So they're all going blind, huh?
Well,
they're having trouble. No wonder they're walking funny.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the whole thing is pretty confusing. That there's clearly why Russia. Did Russia initiate the contact with North Korea? Did North Korea initiate it with Russia?
I would speculate Russia reached out to North Korea.
I think it might be the other way around, that North Korea might be desperate for some resources.
Well, Russia bought 500,000 artillery missiles about a year ago, and they've been using them quite successfully just on the numbers game, just lobbing far more over. And they're all North Korean artillery missiles. Not all of them in good shape, of all accounts. But, when you're talking about numbers like that and you start getting peppered by numbers of like 5 to 1, it starts to wear you down, doesn't it,
Sure. Yeah. Wild, man.
You don't Steve, you made a comment that you feel like the Ukrainian war is going to go on for a while. Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, it might not now with the change in leadership here. I don't know if the Republican administration is going to change our contributions to Ukraine, but I have a feeling they're not going to. Even though I think it's on the conservative side, it's a lot less popular than on the liberal side. I think the conservatives want to end it, want to stop our money going there. I still think we're going to send money there, and the thing is going to be maintained. I don't think anything's going to be cut off.
Are you thinking conservative population or conservative Senate and House?
I think
I know it's meant to be the same
population feels one way, but I think the politicians feel another way, personally.
You think the politicians want to continue the meat grinder?
Yeah, maybe not as robust as the Democrats had, but I think they are going to continue it. Yeah.
Interesting. I hope you're wrong.
Do you think it's going to end straight out? You guys, like,
I think it fits the narrative. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Steve that the politicians are quite happy to carry this on. They're up to their necks in it in a way.
There will be an outcry from the MAGA crowd is going to make noise, not the same as the liberal crowd did, but it will be a powerful noise. If they are done, then it'll stop, I think.
I think there will at least be more negotiation. I don't know that that means they will be able to come to an agreement, but at least they will explore it. And if there is a common point, then I think it'll happen. I think it really depends on how much Russia wants to end the war,
or what they want in the end. Period, right?
Or yeah, exactly. What are they willing to settle for?
That question last answer was posed, and to that Willie IOM, I listen to on a daily, and he said basically, why would Trump be really active in negotiations technically? Because they're quite happy with the loss of numbers they're getting, and they're just because they know what damage they're doing, and I'm saying to myself, realistically speaking, I can see his point at the moment. Even though it doesn't look like Russia are strong, it actually in the scheme of things, again, they're in a far better position. But Trump has to get them around the table.
I have a question though, Welshie. Do we know if Russia has been using the harbor that they took over and the land that they've taken, if they've already started using it? Are they happy with the land they got? That's all they wanted, and they're just protecting that? If they wanted to, they could push more and just shred Ukraine, right?
Well, we have more to offer than just, we, as part of a negotiation, we could offer some concessions for,
what's your offer?
Remove or reduce the number of troops around their border in general, around Russia's border in other countries.
That's what America will do.
Well, that should be, part of what's on the table, really.
You're saying America can threaten that they're going to remove the safety from their borders, or what are you saying?
No. One of Putin's complaints is that we've basically, since the end of the Soviet Union, we've basically encircled them with troops, bases, arms, and so forth. And so what we can offer is to pull that back somewhat.
But do we even need that same amount of man force if we have technology force? Like, it seems like it's a fake offer of security.
Well, you always need
power, mate. It's about show of power as well.
I mean, Junior was going to try to get them into fucking NATO. Russia, that is. There was talk about that. And that obviously didn't happen. But had that happened, a lot of this might have been completely avoided. And if you think about it, aside from them being communist and the whole entire Cold War thing, essentially, they should have been made part of NATO from the beginning, right?
I guess, but then there's no point to there being a NATO.
Why not?
If the only enemy that NATO was conceived of is part of you kind of put them on the inside, there really is not much of a NATO left.
But they were technically on our side during World War II, correct?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
Exactly. Common
sort
enemy
of.
was Germany. the
But
Third
Stalin
Reich.
was like, it was used as a beneficial demon. Like they didn't trust him, but they needed his power.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anybody who wanted to fight on our side was welcomed with open arms.
But he wasn't offered a piece of the pie for NATO because he was just that not trusted.
Well, NATO was formed.
You're muted, McGrandy.
NATO was formed after the World War II ended, and by that time, Russia had already.
1 second,
begun.
McGrandy, you're muted, bro. You need to turn your mic on.
I can hear him just fine.
Really?
No, but I'm just happy with
How many lights are there, Last Dance?
There are 3 lights.
Okay, good.
He's active on here, so it's his computer that's muted.
I just hope that with the way that Trump is,
Check.
and everything I hear coming out of Washington is that he's going to put an end to the war, and that the Ukraine and Zelensky are going to have to accept there's going to be some concessions, which is probably giving up land. But I also think Trump's the sort of character, he's not going to lose face, because if Zelensky doesn't play along with that, I can see him pulling the plug. And then what will be annoying about that, without being critical about the USA, is that they kind of start it, they walk away from it, and the rest of Europe's now left with it. Because it'd be very interesting to see what the European leaders would do if America do pull the plug. Are they going to carry on the fight?
No,
I don't think so. So I think Zelensky's going to be in checkmate, and he's going to have to give up 20% of his land. They're going to have to put in UN troops on the border, and he's just going to have to accept it. So,
can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
yes.
RW, your clarity tonight is awesome, and
Awesome.
he's asking the right questions. And
Oh, I thought you meant my microphone.
no. I'm talking about your questions. You're asking the right questions.
plenty of thought.
Steve, I've got the map of NATO from the 90s to current date, and it shows the difference around Europe, which is just
Base, 1 second. Just one question for you, actually, and I'm sure we all want to know: how is Trigger?
he's doing really well considering.
Oh, good.
Apart from having a still open wound,
Oh, bless him.
he keeps on knocking the scab off it, and I can't really prevent him from doing it.
Yeah.
What salves do you have? Are you putting any salves on it?
No, it's open, so we're leaving it open, but it is shrinking. So
Okay.
Good.
Oh, good.
There are things
Wow.
that you can put on it that won't hurt him if he licks it as well.
yeah, he's got a collar on. So
All right.
Yeah, there's some that honey, right? That awesome honey that you can put on it.
Manuka, that would be a good choice.
Thera honey, it's very expensive.
What kind of honey?
I think it's called Thera honey.
I know Manuka, but not Thera.
I have some upstairs. I can bring it.
but last dance,
Yeah, I'll be
last
curious
dance.
later to see that.
Wow.
The point,
I love that distraction. Anyway, but
the point last dance was making about what NATO's expanded. I said the map,
Yeah.
the actual change is in the back.
No,
there. It'd be good to show.
I think you're absolutely right, buddy. Yeah,
On the screen.
I think the
There we go.
Soviet the Soviet argument. I'm going to call it that. The Soviet
That's
argument
it. Wicked.
is that there's been major expansion of NATO and Europe. Yeah, and
Ukraine is the pink one there, is it? Yeah. So Ukraine's the pinkish one on the right there.
we
At
all
3 o'clock.
realize that. We all
So you
realize
can
that.
so you can see the way NATO is literally just surrounded Russia. Because everything to the right of that is Russia.
Why did Cesara get the shaft?
Wait. I have one question for Base. Katalato Vodesh. You sound like a Russian agent, dude. You're
Oh,
a fucking Russian agent.
So me pointing out
stop that shit.
wait there. Me pointing out Last Dance's own point, but doing it on an image on Google Images, and that's all I put down was NATO Europe expansion, and that's what literally came up. So how is that Putin? So wait there. Does that mean Google are Putin apologists and supporters?
Obviously.
Fucking hell, idiot.
What country is
Google's opinion really is important.
The
Though.
other,
SYIZZERA?
Yeah, why is that getting shafted and not part and absorbed into it? Austria remains neutral, so they get to be neutral
Which
during
one?
NATO.
Sweden, you mean?
We
Is that
can't see
what-
it now.
No, it's
picture's
left of
gone.
Austria.
Need the picture
Austria.
back.
You got to put the picture back. I can't see.
Sorry,
it.
not even left, west.
I'll just Google search it.
We can't see the photo anyway now. It's been taken down.
But it makes
Oh,
sense
but
that
you put it in the
Austria,
back chat.
Austria
The
doesn't
other
get to
thing
be
is
in
if you-
because they were neutral during the
Slovakia?
war, correct?
Is that
No.
what it is? Yeah.
I can't see.
Austria was part
No
of
one
the.
can see. No one can
You
see.
said they were neutral when?
Weren't they? Oh, was it only Switzerland, or where was it that was remained
Switzerland.
neutral?
No, Austria was part of
Sweden.
the Hitler's. They were the Nazis, and
Okay.
Switzerland was neutral, but
Right, and they still got to
because
be
they
in
had
NATO
to do
and
business. You know
West.
why Switzerland? The Nazis allowed Switzerland to be neutral because they had to do business. So,
the
and the
exchange.
Swiss will do business with anybody.
And
Right.
Cup ads.
America
Finland
didn't seem
joined.
upset.
Yay.
Yeah, he's a beauty. Oh, look at that! Wow,
There we go.
love that boy.
Yeah, he's a good dog. I like the
Yeah.
short snout. Reminds me
You
of
smiling for us, dude? Or is that me?
Finland and Sweden.
Thanks.
but I
Best
don't know if
luck
they
with
were-
him, buddy.
Yeah.
he's a good dog.
I'm sure Based has seen this as well. I'm sure maybe you guys have, but the other interesting map is not just the European one. Look at the one around China, and how China's been surrounded by the United States as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing the same game because they're taking islands and creating islands.
You
but
guys
they're
kill me,
certainly
man.
building.
You guys
Take a
kill
look,
me.
Brandy. Honestly,
Okay.
take a look.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is common knowledge. I think Last Dance has made this point before. There's 750 US bases throughout the world. And
Yes.
16 Russian
Yes.
bases. So when you put in comparisons like that,
Yes. And
see,
do you know
the,
why?
the point we're making is not like, oh, you're a China apologist. They're just factual points.
Yeah,
And
but
when you point out that
I'm actually
you're
amazed
surrounding
that
these countries,
that my British friends,
it does increase
British
tension.
friends are actually criticizing us for maintaining fair and open shipping corridors throughout the world.
God.
The British Empire, we are the legacy of you guys.
750
We are
foreign
your
bases.
legacy. The British Empire was there. They ended slavery, man. You guys ended slavery, and you were.
He's on the
You are.
Sharia
You
going
are. No, wait. This is true history. You are fucking with us because we're keeping the fucking trade lanes open.
What are you talking about?
No, yeah, we are. We're keeping the trade lanes open out of China, out of Japan, out of the friggin' Somali pirates.
That's
It's
a Nazi
America.
salute. Watch out.
It's the
Oh,
Hormuz.
fucking hell. Watch
Straits
out.
of Hormuz. Who's
He's saying we
keeping that
control the
open?
Silk Road.
It's the
He's going
American
to say
Navy.
free helicopter
It's
rides
the
in a minute.
American Navy. And that's what you guys don't understand. We're not against you people.
What did you
Our-
think of the trade routes during Britain's rule and the Indian spice trade, or what was that called?
Yeah. It was all, dude. They are the masters. You're from Australia. That's the
not
land
really.
of the convicts, and yeah, I know you're not, but you've been there, so you've heard the legacy. That's the land of the British Empire,
The
And-
legacy.
and that's what's amazing to me. How
Yeah,
Lee and
we
Bays
closed.
are pulling back from the international responsibilities.
Okay, can we
I've
get
gotten
back
to see
on
colonization
Because-
happen twice.
And because we're Americans, now we're being found at fault for taking up the mantle of taking care of. And I'm not a neocon, but I'm starting to sound like one. who's in
Well,
charge here?
You are
Who's
a
in
neocon.
charge?
You are a
You know-
neocon.
No, I'm
There's so
not.
much about you that
I'm
makes
so
you a
much a
neocon.
Southern Democrat that you don't understand.
Do you think America manipulates the whole world a lot?
No, I think,
No?
well, I hope we do.
Yeah, they're in a war with China. I think both of those nations are trying to manipulate the world, most definitely.
All I got
What do
to
you
tell
think-
you guys
Go
is
ahead.
we're on an international stage. We got our CIA. If we made mistakes, we fuck up all the time. But RW, no, we got the best intentions.
Anyway, it would be nice
don't believe
to negotiate something a little more lasting with Russia.
Last dance, I think it's a fantasy.
Why? Suppose we pulled all of our troops out of the Baltics. Do you think Russia would invade Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia?
I think it.
Considering how
No.
fast we sorry, it's not my
Nah,
question.
yeah. Are you telling me Donald Trump is going to pull troops out of anywhere?
I'm just proposing a hypothetical.
I know it's.
I mean, the
I don't
weird,
think
the
they
weird,
would.
The only thing the Russians understand is strength. They are fucking fierce people, fierce. And
To answer your question,
and-
I
and-
don't think it'll make a difference.
and the Ukrainians are our surrogates. I hate to tell you that. And they
Well,
are killing.
They're ethnically
they are our
Russian. They're
surrogates.
ethnically Russian.
And they are killing fucking Russians. You cannot tell me that they're not Americans involved in what's going on in the defense of Ukraine.
I will tell you this: that
Who's
before
denying it?
before
We-
2014, nobody, Ukraine wasn't our surrogate. Nobody gave a fuck or even knew about Ukraine.
Yeah,
True.
but
So they
It's-
can't be that
it's-
important.
no, it is extremely important because it did fucking hold up. That war has been going on. It's not just it's not a 5-year war. It's from 2014. It's
That's
it's
what I
almost
said.
20.
I said
Yeah, I know.
2014.
Well, the
It's-
thing is,
it-
I've
it's-
made this point before about 2014, and then I mentioned the CIA orchestrated a coup, and you said to me, "This is nonsense," but this is fact. This is fact. If you look it up, it's fact. They didn't like the democracy. They voted. They voted in a candidate
Wait,
that was
calm down,
pro-Russian,
calm
and
down.
because he was
agree with you.
pro-Russian,
I agree with you.
it was
Calm down.
it was the wrong
I
type
agree
of
with you.
democracy. So
Calm
the
down.
CIA,
I agree with
you've
you.
changed
Calm
it. Have you?
down.
You've changed
I
it.
agree with you. Calm
Oh.
down. I agree with you.
I'm
you
glad you've
believe-
conceded then.
Welshman, do you believe-
I agree with you. Let's. But this is 10 years later. So
Yeah,
so
this is
no,
this is
no,
how
you're
far it goes
absolutely
back.
right. Based, you're absolutely right. We did, and it's Zelensky and all that. But we're Americans, so
Well, let's
You-
look at how the things have changed. In 2014, we had a pro-Russian Ukrainian leader, but no Russian troops in Ukraine, and Russia was participating in the global economy, and there were perhaps 1 million more Ukrainian and Russian men alive. Now, based on all the things that have happened, how is anybody more secure? How is NATO more? How is the West more secure?
well,
How is Russia more secure?
How is Russia more secure?
well-
It's lose-lose for everybody.
no,
Maybe
no,
we should
no,
do something
no,
different.
it's not true. It's not true.
course
Let's
it
look
is.
back in history a little bit more.
Okay.
Up to that point, the former Soviet, I actually prefer to call Russia today the Soviet Union, but they're not communists. It's Putin's job, and you know what? He's got to run his country. I don't blame him for that.
Before
But-
2014,
But before 2014, there were many incursions in Georgia and Azerbaijan,
Yeah.
and these were clear examples of it. Dude, I grew up with Czechoslovakia being invaded and Hungary, Belgrade being invaded by the Russians. So I know how they work.
Do you know
Okay.
why they did excursions into Azerbaijan?
Yeah, because they were trying to. Well, it wasn't actually. It was northern. It wasn't Azerbaijan person. It was north of it. It was. There's all kinds of ethnic shit going on. If you look at that region on the western
Why did
part
they
of the
push in the
Soviet,
land? What were they
former.
after?
I want to call it the former Soviet Union because if you do that, you get a better map of the cultural things that are going on. And
Why did they push into land that wasn't theirs technically? What were they after?
well, it was their land, but it was after Yeltsin. You have to understand what happened. Gorbachev broke things off. Yeltsin took over, dissolved the Soviet Union. You had a development of sub regions developing, and then you had Putin come back in, bombing buildings in Moscow to reconstitute the Soviet Union. That's the
on a
history.
question of policy, like how did Yeltsin achieve that? Did he just basically say, okay, our country is now significantly smaller, you all can go have your own
you know what's amazing? He was actually elected. And the funny thing is there's a guy called Samil Basayev, who was a Chechen, who was there when Yeltsin was elected and the Soviets refused to give up the power, and the military went in and took their Congress over. You can, but
It's funny because
he's an important name. He's an important name because he led the Chechen resistance. He's a Chechen. He ended up going to Chechnya and fighting the invasion of Grozny 2 times. He lost his leg and everything.
The interesting thing is about regarding Russia, the USA especially, when you go back in history, and certainly throughout the 80s, there was big concern from certain parties in the USA, certain people, that the checkmate that the Cold War created meant that their big fear is that when the Cold War ended, that you were going to end up with more terrorist groups throughout the Middle East and worldwide. And when it was a Cold War between America and Russia, it kept them in check, and they weren't prepared to give armaments and missiles to other countries and this, that, and the other. They still had to generate money, Russia. So once the Cold War was over, their eyes started to wander to other countries and then start to support them and supply them. And then more terrorist groups. They actually ended up being right. The world became more dangerous once the Cold War. It was better that America and Russia are loggerheads, and it kept everything in check.
It's like Saddam Hussein, isn't it? And Gaddafi.
Yes, exactly. I agree with you, Base. That I have grown up to realize that the concept of democracy does not apply throughout the world, and I have no reason to invoke that on anybody else. And I think that's our greatest problem. We try and spread our values throughout the world.
Yeah, but
we try to enforce those values.
I'm glad you agree with that point. But 10 minutes ago, you were saying, "Well, we're America. That's what we do, isn't it? That's what we do. We we stir the pot and we cause issues."
It's
basically
we just our involvement. Just George W. Bush invading Iraq has had profound and utmost consequences. And you know what? I don't even think I'm going to exist through the actual benefits or the negative effects of that invasion. It's insane. You know, I'm a Spanish guy. My family comes from Spain, and I have followed the conquistadors and the utter destruction of what happened to Latin America because of the European influence.
We should have known that in 1969.
Of course.
Yeah, for
PhD,
real, for
welcome.
real.
Thanks for coming by.
I'm
For
responding
real,
to
mate. Yeah,
I don't
nice
know.
to see
His
you. To
message.
see you, nice.
Evening.
Sorry
Thanks for
about the
having me
delay.
on, yeah.
We get raided on occasion, so
backstage box.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe the Spanish when they went into Brazil, Incas, they slaughtered by disease. I think it was they basically destroyed the population as it was. I think they took out about 95% of the population,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
made that it couldn't operate anymore and basically just fell apart.
Yeah, actually,
We're talking millions, though, like tens of millions.
we're talking a reduction of population of 70%. 70% of the indigenous population. But I have to correct you because the Spanish were not in Brazil; they were in the rest of
Portuguese.
South America. Yeah, that's Portuguese issue. But as far as the Spanish, they did a lot of damage. And you know what the funny thing is if you take the size of Brazil and overlay it over the United States, or I'm talking about the continental United States, it's like 70%, 70-80%. That's a huge country. But guess what? The Spanish had nothing to do with Brazil. That was Portuguese. That was Portuguese.
And let me before I forget, there's a thing called a lidar, which is to do with like aerial photography.
Yeah, it's well cool.
And the way they look into the
And I gotta tell you, Base.
Wait, let me just make the point.
All right, go ahead.
What's LiDAR? What's LiDAR?
It's like they do aerial shots, and it's not a photo. What it does, it goes in the ground and takes a print of the ground, so it can like see if any abnormal
It's the equivalent.
things.
It's the equivalent of radar. So it hits
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ground.
Yeah,
And you can fly over a forest, but it can see through the forest and under the ground, so it can see and work out buildings that used to be
what
there.
they found very recently, because of technology,
Lost
is
civilization.
that the Amazon is completely full of civilizations.
Yes.
Huge civilizations.
It's absolutely true.
It's not even true. It's not even visible if you go there.
I've read diaries. I've read diaries of conquistadors.
Do you reckon they're just
that were lost
tribes,
Spaniards that ended up coming down the Amazon.
What'd you say, BHTV?
Colombia, and the natural flow goes towards the Atlantic. Go ahead, buddy.
Do you reckon they're just tribes rather than whole civilizations?
Well, they said they can see the civilization,
towns, villages,
and
roads connected.
Millions
they
of
can see
people.
the roads that are connected as well. Because, like I said, it's like an X-ray. Yeah, they can see the roads.
Yeah,
they've done it. They've also done it in Egypt.
Hang on, what?
And the amount of new towns.
There ain't no roads in the jungle. There's no roads in
they're
the
not
jungle.
motorways. They're not motorways.
Not
but
now.
The pathways.
They were proper transport links. They were proper transport links.
BHTV, what is it? BHTV, is it? The thing is, what you've got to remember, we're talking thousands
You're making it sound, wait a minute, he's making it sound like there's millions and millions of, people under the canopy in the rainforest, and there's all these transport links,
there wasn't a canopy there.
We're talking about...
Exactly. There was not a canopy. The canopy... Because
when a civilization comes into when you get a civilization that grows, they chop the trees down, mate. And the thing is, because it was thousands of years ago, the foresters reclaimed it all back. So that's why you don't necessarily see it. You see, it's just down to time because the civilizations died out or moved away, and the forest reclaimed it.
There are personal attributes from early conquistadors who left from Colombia and went down the Amazon and saw cities that were magnificent cities, better than they were in Spain. Magnificent sewers, agriculture. They used terraces. It was massive, but what it was the conquistadors brought disease, and they wiped them out. It
Well,
was
what was the thread count in those blankets?
I don't know, buddy.
He's always concerned with
What
quality. I
disease
like
did
that.
they bring?
But there
What
probably weren't
diseases
sheep.
did they bring?
There weren't sheep here. But at that time, there weren't even horses in the Western Hemisphere. At that time, there were
Did they
not
bring
even
disease?
horses. There were no Apaches riding horses. At that
No
time,
horses.
there
no
was
pigs.
there were no horses. They all came from Spain. They all
Steve-
came from.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to put it into Google, if you put in LiDAR, LIDAR, photography Amazon, you'll see loads of footage of this.
The
And
original
Egypt.
Mustang.
How many
Egypt as
millions
well,
do you
Mr.
think
Grandy.
are there?
Look at Egypt as well.
But Welshman,
Amazing what they've discovered now that it's under the sand. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Welshman, how many millions do you think are living in the Amazon?
Millions.
Well,
This
well,
is-
this is
They,
not
the estimate I saw that once
answer it?
from 1492 to maybe at least 70 million people died because of the Western or the Europeans coming to the Western Hemisphere.
That's like the question.
There,
man.
there's actually carbon cores. They drill down. They can see carbon activity, and
Who made up LiDAR down? Who made up LiDAR?
before
Hold on,
1492.
Randy. I want to hear what BHT.
Wait a minute. Who made up LiDAR? Who made up LiDAR and who's telling you on this? It's a scientist, isn't it? Well, no, they
Psyop,
lie
innit?
to us.
This is psyop.
The question though is
so
how many
whatever
million
you
people are in the
believe
Amazon?
based on LiDAR, Welshman. Yeah, how many millions
core
do you
samples
reckon?
there, man.
And is it just the
Yucatan.
scientists telling you?
Yucatan
And
in
we all know
particular.
they lie to us.
Yeah, but there's
Yeah,
one.
so they're telling you that to brainwash you.
Well, BHP,
Everyone's
right?
psyop,
There's a few documentaries. Like there's one where they were in Germany and they flew over a forest and they found a Roman fort. It wasn't like a town or anything. It was a Roman fort. And then they went in and they excavated it. And sure enough, there were all the walls and the fort and everything else. So I don't know. I don't think they're lying about things like that. There's no advantage to it. It's really done for people that want to, for archaeologists to find new areas to dig and find out, how we were living all those years ago.
Yeah.
So they do follow up on it. They go then and investigate and they dig and they find. It just helps them find new places.
What do you guys think about Red M&M getting a shaft?
I just ate RW. Just one thing, really quickly, and for BHTV as well. You'll find this fascinating. There's a really good documentary out there, and I'm sure there's been a few done. It's amazing. If we disappeared tomorrow, I think it's within about 100 to 150 years. If something visited, there is no sign of us being here. It's amazing how quickly things deteriorate and rust and fail, and buildings
Legos will
collapse.
still be around in 150 years, dude.
Sorry.
Legos are still going to be good and strong.
Well, yeah, Lego probably. They'll find some things, yeah, but it's just amazing how quickly it could all disappear just through.
RW, what were you talking about with M&M then?
Red dye
Do
number
you think
3.
the Eiffel Tower?
Is it number 2 or 3?
Do you think the Eiffel Tower will disappear that quickly? The Eiffel Tower.
It will certainly fall down. Whether it completely disappears, but it will certainly fall down at that time. Yeah.
So as of right now,
how many millions years are you talking?
No, this is the mad thing. I mean, you could be talking maybe the whole of it will rust and fall, say 500 years, but it would certainly fall down within like a couple of 100 years.
It would be in disarray, but I am curious what would be left to the Earth if society.
What about human skeletons? So if we can dig up 190 million year old fossils now, do you think we could dig up 190 million year old fossils of humans in that far in the future?
If we were buried in the same catastrophic way.
Yeah, there's certain.
Well, we would if we're all dead, we would do. Why not just go into the oceans and yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like Johnny Cash said, I a single
Yeah.
drop of rain, but I will remain. That's what we all will become. That's how it goes. Yeah.
Well, Sven, real quickly, buddy, the red M&M has been banned. The company is not manufacturing it anymore because of of all the people talking about the amount of cancer it can create. That is my understanding. So it got shafted and it's gone.
Because JFK's going in now, they're.
Yes, of course, it's attached to that stigma. It's got to be.
I mean, right now, red dye number 3 is banned in California, so you can't get Skittles there.
Boys.
But why not yellow 5? Yellow 5 has just as much, if not more, on it than red 3.
Yeah, and there's another one called Red Lake number 40. What the hell is that?
Right.
Well,
what does that mean? What's all this?
Steve,
it's food coloring. Red dye number 3 is petroleum based.
Yeah, it is. Steve, didn't I speak to you about this this yellow one the other day? 103 and not JFK, but RFK. He done a video about it, like a 6-minute video about that particular food coloring.
Right.
Yeah, it's completely
crazy.
useless.
That could be what pushed it over the edge and made the ball roll for M&M to make that type of thing happen.
Then they buy any foods that has that colouring in.
Skittles could be all white, all the same color, because the
I don't know if they're white or
additives,
not.
the flavor additives are all clear.
It's up to
Just a bag of air.
Ain't it up to you if you want to eat them or not now? Ain't it up to you if you want to eat that shit?
It is. I agree with you to a point, but I know that you can get a very robust, bright, vibrant red out of beets. Beet dye can be
cochineal.
I don't know what that is.
It's bugs.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that they label it that it's written like it's got this dye in there, and so you can choose to eat it or not eat it. It's not being snaked in, is it? Because it's labeled.
No,
it's not. I disagree with that statement in a sense, because it's not being well educated on either. So is it being snuck into society?
Well,
it's cheap and simple, so it's being put there simply.
At the end of the day, it's a money game. It's a money game. It's cheaper to put these dyes in than it is to put in a natural alternative. There's alternatives available.
But you must be willing to kill people to make the money.
Yeah, but it's money. It's just money.
So there are natural. I would bet that what's this one called? The red one. What's it called?
Red number 3, I believe.
Red number 3. I bet you it's a natural product. I'm going to look it up.
Petroleum.
If oil is natural, then we're good to go.
But petroleum is a natural product. Petroleum is dug out of the ground. It's the remnants of old fossils and like trees and organic material. So it's natural.
Well, poison ivy is natural too.
1 minute.
So it's a byproduct of gasoline, basically. And they found out you could use it.
Mute them up, Steve, please.
They could. They managed to. They found out that they could reuse a byproduct to make. I think it was gasoline, which was this 103 or 105. And like I said, it's banned in Europe, it's banned in Australia, and
that's got to be the same time as Rockefeller. That must be a byproduct during the Rockefeller empire.
RW, you seem surprised that companies will make things to make money that will kill you. You seem surprised.
I'm not surprised by it. I just like it to be well known.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not much more.
Hey, can I ask how you guys came to the conclusion that it will kill you?
Sure.
I never said it would.
Okay, well, seems to be the consensus here.
I'm going with the powers that be. If scientists say it's unhealthy and they're going to stop using it, personally, we look at what we give to our child and we try to, if not eliminate, limit chemicals in her food. I think that's just, you're trying to give them natural, like as close to being fresh food as you can all the time. So the less chemicals, the better is how I look at it. I think it's just a basic way of living. You're a freaking vegan, Last Dance. Obviously, you kind of adhere to that sort of living,
Well, I would go the other route. I would go towards the data that's been released scientifically. There is multiple ones for different dyes that show that it has the ability to cause cancer. I can cite ones and find them if you truly want the data, but for me, it's an overall average of what I've seen over time.
Surely that would be depending on how much you consume.
Yes,
wait
I'm sure that
there.
volume makes a difference, but people are consuming large volumes.
RFK gave an example. I think I can't remember which one it was. It was the orange one anyway. It was the orange dye, which is 105 or 103. Now he literally said there's seven serious problems you can get from it, and there was like cancers. There was.
I would not consider RFK to be a reliable source.
You keep saying that, but like I said,
he's sourcing the data, it's worth looking.
He wrote a book slagging off Fauci, and Fauci hasn't pulled him on anything, not one thing.
There was a solution I thought you boys would appreciate real quick. Just a solution I heard real quick. All future vaccines must be tested on Fauci.
That's a good idea. I remember whether
you can be tested on Trump because he was very proud of.
That's fine, man. I'm not arguing.
Here's what Grok says
every time he mentions it in front of a MAGA crowd as well. He gets booed every time. So there we go.
Here's what Grok says about red dye number 3. The primary concern stems from animal studies where it caused thyroid cancer. However, direct extrapolation from rats to humans is complex, and there isn't conclusive evidence in humans directly linking red number 3 to cancer.
But if there's a natural alternative,
Welshie, 2 questions. Where does Brock list on the an RFK and Grok? Like, which one's higher than the other for trusting a source? And secondly, if it's possible for a chemical to cause cancer in an animal, it might be conjecture to say that it happens in humans, but it's still a shown possibility.
Yeah, so why risk it?
There are so many things that harm animals that don't harm humans. It's not really a very reliable model.
Is it worth doing a human study?
Is there a safer natural alternative? Because
it's the assumption that something is natural means it's safer is also false.
Yeah,
I agree.
If you look at Brazil nuts and eat them, natural nut, the advice is you should only eat two or three of those a day. They are full of so much radiation.
How many nuts do you put in your mouth a day, Lee?
I don't eat Brazil nuts, maybe because of that reason. But look it up on Google. It's got so much radiation in it. They say only eat 2 to 3 a day. Don't eat any more.
Hey, Lee, do you know what they call Brazil nuts?
Contain cyanide.
What do they call Brazil nuts in Brazil?
Nuts.
There you go. Nuts.
My grandmother called them something very different that I wouldn't recommend to anyone.
But it is interesting because if you could believe what they say, when the World Health Organization announced that there were 2 saccharins being used in 2 major drink labels that could cause cancer, that made headlines and everyone was like, oh my God. But when you read the whole article, you had to consume something like 8 liters a day. And then it was dangerous. Apart from that, it's quite safe, they say. So it depends sometimes on how much you consume.
Exactly, mate.
Yeah, and I mean, to Last Dance's point, if you look up the list of things that are harmful or fatal to dogs, there's like 12 things on the list that humans eat and love to eat that will kill or hurt dogs. Chocolate, onions, garlic, xylitol, which is in gum. There's various different things, So raw flour can be very dangerous for dogs. But that being said, something that's causing cancer in a mammal and that is easily substituted by a natural alternative, Why sit here and argue about it? Just get rid of it. Fuck it. It sounds gross. I want
Because
something new.
it makes it more expensive. That's why.
Fine. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'd rather spend
Well,
a nickel more on my Skittles and
that-
get beet
That's
chips.
why we have a market, a free market. And if somebody
this is the problem.
if somebody wants to produce Skittles 3 or Skittles X, that's 10 cents more, but has all natural ingredients, then they can do that, and that will win the day if people care. Everybody has
need
choices.
regulation. This is why you need regulation for this shit, and you need the right people in to say no. We're not going to risk it for a.
But at the same time, Last Dance, from my understanding for you, it's even if something is poisonous and will kill you, you'd rather have it allowed on the market than it to be controlled.
If people have the knowledge of what they're getting, absolutely.
McGrand,
no,
when I do this, that means there's a problem.
Sounds like you're. Wait a minute.
McGrand.
It sounds like you're scared that it may harm humans in a little way, but you guys seem to be climate change deniers. That's going to kill everyone.
Why do you say that?
No, that good point, BHTV.
Who is a climate change denier?
Well, that's what I hear. Like everyone on this panel, I think.
I don't believe in climate change at all.
I'm just curious what's the trigger for that for you that you're saying?
But it seems to me we're arguing over like what a red dye might do, minethanol, or could it cause a couple of deaths? But what's going to cause the whole world to go down is climate change. We should be arguing about that.
The weather won't matter if we're all dead of cancer.
I don't believe in climate change.
That's not going to happen.
Maybe a slight bit, but I don't believe it's anywhere near the scale that they're saying. I really don't.
Yeah, I think you just nailed it on the head, Lee.
Why?
I think we affect it negatively, but I do think that natural cycles.
What's this noise in the background? Can you sort this noise out? There's someone wrapping something up in the background. It's been going on for 10 minutes.
There, it's gone. It's BHTV.
Dude, you just call that Santa Claus. You're getting cold, bro.
He's sticking his hand in his bag of Skittles. That's what's happening, mate.
No wonder.
He's gonna put them up as for sale now.
It's like me eating biscuits for 10 minutes.
Nix,
I never do that, do I?
Nix, do you know him? R-Dubs?
He's new for me, but just giving him welcome.
All right, I got you. Welcome, Nix.
He's been here before.
Welcome back.
I'm not familiar with his thumbprint yet. Or her, them, their, thine.
Purple.
What annoys me about the whole global warming thing is the government, especially in this country and worldwide, they're all in on it. It's a new way of bringing in taxes and generating revenue. When you look at, I think Britain's been proved that if it's carbon free by 2035 or 50, the difference to the world is something like 0.001%. If you want to try and tackle it and you're really worried about it, you need to start. Then China need to start pulling their weight. They're producing incredible amounts of pollution, but they're going to do what they want to do. They've got to keep growing the economy. You're not going to solve it. And a little country like us that are getting basically, I'm not going to use that word, but getting slaughtered by these taxes and all these new rules that are coming in that we've got to adhere by a certain amount of years is just ridiculous. And it's slowing growth.
You will have moral superiority.
They howls. Were you aware that China are the major producers of solar panels? And so they are making the changes necessary.
Let me tell you something. This is fact. This is fact. When Trump was last in power and the global agreement fell apart, China unmothballed 8 coal-fired nuclear power stations, which creates more pollution than the whole of Europe added together. They just went, right, we can't make agreement with this. We need to keep growing, and that's what they did.
What was it? Was it a coal-fired nuclear power station? How'd you work
coal-fired? Coal-fired. Yeah, sorry, mistake there. Coal-fired power station. Yeah, and the rest of the world were like, oh my god, they're creating more pollution than the whole of Europe.
Why is Kana nice than anything else? Why is coal the worst?
Well, there's
Well, you
clean
could
coal.
put
There's,
filters.
Grandy, can you look at the back chat for me?
there's clean coal and there's carbon capture. McGrandy, you're muted. You're not coming through, bro.
Oh no.
When you do, I'll give you a thumbs up. You haven't been
Yeah.
for like
Somehow
5
your
minutes.
connection from your headset to the computer is compromised, or you have a switch off.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. I think whenever you disconnect, the whole thing goes to shit, and then it takes you fucking 5 minutes to figure it out.
He's got a red light halfway down his chest. That might have a silent switch on it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Just trying to help.
Oh, he's got a little doobie in between there. Not a doobie,
Mute
whatever. Like
his
one-
mic.
I don't have one of these. Yeah. All right. No, anyways. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think if anybody here listened to the conversation between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, which I found to be fascinating, they just basically chatted. It was like listening to a phone call on Twitter. Global warming did come up, and Elon just started talking about percentages of carbon in the atmosphere and how it is rising and we are contributing to it. And the purpose of his company is to facilitate the start of change in the right direction for the world. Like, he's basically insinuating that it's not as bad as people think, but it is happening. That was Musk's thing. And Trump is kind of like, global warming. I don't want to mischaracterize exactly what he said, but he's not a global warming guy. He's kind of goes with the crowd on his side with that.
So Musk is massaging him.
No, Musk was saying
you
it is
think Trump-
existing, and like Musk, let's face it, owns the biggest electric vehicle company in the world.
Dude,
There's no problems with that. If you
Right,
produce
yeah.
fucking electricity and you produce global warming gases when you produce the electricity to charge an
Yeah.
electric car, how much are you winning? You're winning a little, but the electricity needs to have no waste, and it should be nuclear, which I've said all along.
Nah.
Do you think
I don't
Donald
agree with
Trump?
That link I've
Do you
just put in the
think-
private chat, if you hit on that, you'll see
Yeah.
the table of emissions. And you'll see China, as it says in that article, over the last decade, China's tripled.
Do you
its
think
amount
Donald
of-
Trump? Do I think Donald Trump is going to do his meat dirty, Elon Musk, and start going against electric cars? I don't think so. You're all going to have to get on board with the electric car thing. Come on.
Well, I'm not going to until I have to.
Me too.
Well, Donald
yeah,
Trump is
and-
going to
and
be
the-
calling
and-
for it.
And the electric car in Britain and Europe is flatlined. It's plummeted. No one wants electric cars. No private buyers are buying electric cars. You're just getting companies buying them because they're getting grants. As
You know
soon
what?
as the second-hand market comes out in 3 years,
I
after 3 years, a company uses a car in the UK. Like after 3 years, it gets
There-
pushed out onto the market. No one wants them.
I'm driving a car that's 20 years old, 21 years old, and it has 125,000 low mileage. And I've spent some money on it, but it's still running good. And the electric shit. I hear all kinds of stories about battery replacement, the ultimate demise, and it's not 10 years. It's like 5 years. You got to
okay,
get a new battery.
A
And
Tesla
what do you
battery
do then?
A Tesla battery in the UK is £27,000.
Okay. So that's equivalent
basically
to dollars.
a car.
We'll do
That's
that.
the car. Yeah,
Thanks,
that's the
Papa.
car. Basically, it makes the car like a financial write-off.
So it's unreliable. I mean, I consider us in the Middle Ages. We're going through a transition right now, and you want guys that there's mechanics out there that can work on gasoline engines, and there's still gas stations out there that you can fill up your car. And why deal with the uncertainty of having to buy an electric vehicle and then revamp your whole house and put panels on the roof? I mean, it's beautiful if you have the money, but it's not commonplace.
Can we, Steve? I've put a little video in the back chat. I'd love you to play it. It's a short, it is, so it's under a minute.
Is it the one of the national disgrace?
It's the last one I put in.
The guy with the MAGA hat on?
I think so, yeah.
Let me just check here.
Yeah, it's the national disgrace one.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
That would be changing the subject, which is fine.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about a week ago, I believe.
Well, we got we got some stuff whenever Smokesteve's ready to talk about Biden's stuff Biden's done this week. So
that farewell speech was pretty good. I thought
it was pretty.
It was
outrageously bad, but we'll talk about it.
I didn't see it.
No, it was like he was trying to mimic Eisenhower, who was a real fucking stud. You know?
All right, we're gonna play this video, see where it brings us, and keep that on the back burner. Last Dance, because it's still early.
Put that one back to bed, just like Biden.
George Soros, Hillary Clinton. Really, Joe Biden? You couldn't find anyone better than these two people? If you've been wondering what Joe Biden has been up to in his last few weeks as president, well, being a national disgrace. He decided to ring in the new year by honoring these two graceful individuals, George Soros and Hillary Clinton, with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian award. Let's start with George Soros, who spent $175 million during the 2022 midterms to unseat elected officials, as well as funneled $60 million into House and Senate Democrat races in 2024, in a total of $200 million in 2020 to dismantle systemic racism. How did he do that? That's right. George Soros spent millions electing soft on crime politicians that let criminals wreak havoc in their cities. Do these district attorneys sound familiar to y'all? Gaskin and Larry Krasner. All three are responsible for criminal reform in their cities, which led to things like an uptake of 133% on shoplifting, violent crimes of 12%. Kim Foxx of Chicago, 47% increase in homicides. And this was just one part of his multitude of progressive projects, which he funded through his Open Society Foundation. The exact same foundation that was responsible for funding all the pro-Palestine encampments and protests across the college campuses, which, just to remind you guys, were paying anywhere from $2,800 to $7,800 per week to students to protest. And because Joe Biden likes ice cream, he decided to have Hillary Clinton as the cherry on top of his ice cream. Hillary Clinton, who's 77 years old, who was the subject of the FBI probe over her using private email servers during the time that she was the Secretary of State under Obama's administration. This Hillary Clinton, who got fined by the FEC for making up a dossier about her political opponent, Donald Trump. This Hillary that gave us this face and this attitude when testifying in front of Congress over Benghazi. George Soros, Hillary Clinton. Really, Joe Biden?
There we are, my granddad. A little bit of education for you, mate.
Education. That is... Dude, you are a slave to a fucking demon. That is nonsense. And you know what? I object.
What was nonsense?
I object to your time on this fucking subject because I would like equal time, Steve. That is
no one's
that is horrendous. No, that is horrendous, and that is a misrepresentation of what America is, and it's nonsense. The guy was a fucking foreigner. And he fucking seized your agenda.
Yeah,
he fucking latched onto it. No, it's actually it's misinformation.
Well, the thing about George Soros is not. That is what George Soros.
No. Benghazi, fucking George Soros. They love the fuck. Yeah, that was part of that. Did you hear that fucking thing?
That was
nonsense.
That was Hillary.
That was clear nonsense.
Why are you angry? Why are you so angry at it? Like,
hold on one sec.
Because
honestly,
he's
just been found out, RW. He's just been found
the
out.
agenda, and it is incorrect. It is incorrect. It is incorrect, and I could educate you, RW. I really could. I could educate.
Were good people. I would give you a medal of freedom.
Based doesn't want to be educated, and Last Dance, you know better than this.
I would argue
I
that,
haven't gotten a chance to say anything yet.
All right,
let
I'm
me
just
say
saying
something
it's
real quick about
nonsense.
that. Let me say something real quick about that
All right,
video.
I'm done with it.
I would argue that George Soros did belong on that video, and that guy could have made that clip or short specifically about George Soros. I think adding Hillary Clinton to that, I think it's the wrong juxtaposition of her to him. I think that, yeah, he is a lot worse than what I would perceive her as. She's had her missteps in politics, especially if you're conservative and you don't agree with what she does, fine. But George Soros is a whole nother level. Like, I don't think she belonged in that video personally.
You know what, George?
Last
Wait.
Dance.
Simply said. I'll define this for you, Based. So
Hold on, I wanted to. I said,
wait. I got to say this. Based accuses me of saying George Soros is my hero. Let's be clear about this. George Soros is a fucking immigrant who came here with nothing and built a life, and he has a liberal agenda. So what? He made a lot of money. He made money like Donald Trump, like all the rest of them. No, he made
none of that is
like everybody else.
What we object to.
All right, no, nobody disagrees with that.
So he is the pariah because Donald Trump says
no,
that's it.
He's plowed hundreds of millions. He's plowed hundreds of millions of pounds
and the rest
into foreign politics.
It's a worn out fucking. It's a worn out fucking agenda. It's
fair enough. Last Dance, what were you going to say?
Last Dance.
I was just going to say no one is putting him down for having immigrated and made a lot of money, and that's all good. That's not what people are complaining about. You're sort of missing the entire point.
Complaining that it's not all good.
No, his rise to wealth and so forth is all fine. It's what he did with his money in his late years.
Why
funding these far left prosecutors?
Yes, thank you. He funded his political agenda.
No, that's not what he said.
Of America.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said. He said far left prosecutors.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So what? His political agenda.
It was
as long as you agree.
Prosecutors. Guess what?
So what? So you've just agreed. You've just agreed with everything that video said. But 5 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, it was misinformation.
No,
you said it was all fake news and misinformation.
No.
Now it's factual. Did you see all this? You literally said that 5 minutes ago. Last Dance. Anyone confirm what he's this?
Anyway,
You were so angry. You were so angry after the video. You were so angry after the video. You said that was all misinformation. And now it's not misinformation. Now it's true.
You're not giving me the equal time to respond to that nonsense.
What do you mean equal time?
You get all the time.
You haven't shut the fuck up for 5 minutes. You've been venting.
See that?
If you want to bring up a clip to go against,
I'm not. I can do it myself. I can respond myself.
Yeah, well, we don't want you. We want a clip.
I know. You want a clip? Okay. There we go. That's truth, though, Steve. I like that. That's truth.
You don't
want fucking information, man.
No, we don't want an opinion. We want something based on some sort of facts.
Dude,
something we can have a receipt for.
You can fact check me any day. Fact check anything I say.
These are all opinions, including that video. That was his opinion. It's also my opinion, but it is just an opinion, McGrand, and you certainly can have an opposing opinion.
Okay. Well, I've already given it, so I'm done.
I mean, let me put it to you this way. Right now, this state of Massachusetts is well into over $1.5 billion for illegal migrants and housing them in the state shelter system. That is because of our extremely liberal governor and legislature. Everybody is extremely liberal here, and they're hemorrhaging state tax money to these people. And now it's come to the point where they have to limiting stays on shelters, which otherwise wouldn't have to be limited for state residents because they care so much about giving it to people that are here illegally.
Steve,
These are the types of politicians that George Soros is putting in place.
Good.
Now, American citizens should be the ones. If I'm down on my luck, I feel like I should be the one getting a shelter, not a fucking illegal.
Guess what? Guess what, Steve? I bet if you needed a shelter, you would get it because you live in a liberal state, and see, you have a different outlook.
Well, I would suggest the opposite.
Wait. I grew up in South Florida, dude. I've seen people suffering, fucking immigrants, fucking rising up, becoming fucking millionaires. I've fucking seen it.
All right, you don't have to.
What are you talking? What are you talking about now?
My point is that even though the state of Florida used to be like the most welcoming state, now Marco Rubio is going to become what? Secretary of State.
Yes.
And Pam Bondi is going to be the goddamn fucking state attorney for the fucking United States. You guys are out of your mind. I got to tell you, this shit, it's a fantasy.
I thought
Marco Rubio turned against his own people, against immigration. The only reason Florida is here today is those fucking Cubans coming over here and everybody else, all those fuckers.
That's right.
We would have nothing without them.
That's right. Florida didn't exist without migrants. Just like the UK. The UK doesn't exist without migrants. The UK was we were all living in mud huts before the 1950s.
Can I hear the history though?
You don't know what the fuck is going on.
McGrandy, can you give a history lesson on what Cuba offered Florida to keep it well?
History lesson.
I'll give you a history lesson right now.
Guys, really egging him on.
Thanks, RW.
If he's claiming that Cuba's responsible for
last man, you want to cut me off? I know.
Let me know your address, RW. I'll send you some coal.
Oh no!
RW, they're good with leaf blowers. They're good with leaf blowers, mate.
Anyway, I got to tell you guys. I really had a good time tonight.
Though, I think McGrandy. I think the thing is, though, a lot of politicians, and quite rightfully, will turn around and go, "Look, not all immigration's bad. Some, if you can control it to let the right people come in that have got qualifications and can work and contribute and pay taxes. The problem the world's got now, the problem that Europe's got now, as well as yourselves, is that it's the amount of people that are coming, and not everybody's got something to offer. And sometimes
you're dealing with.
Just shut up a minute and listen to him make his point.
Fuck you, base.
No, I mean let other people talk. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, people did flip out when DJT said shithole countries. But I mean, in the back of my head, I was like, well, I mean,
he's right.
In a way, yeah.
You guys are afraid of treasures that are coming to your shores. You're afraid. You're afraid of George Soros. You're afraid George Soros is going to land on your fucking beach. That's what you're terrified about.
Steve,
what about the Based in Lee Howells have no concept of immigration because they live on an island. You have no. You're living on an island.
They get tons of illegal immigration.
What is this guy? What is this guy on about? Should you realize, right? Every 30th person in the UK has been imported into the country. So in other words, 30 people you can walk past is not British citizen by birth. Okay, we've got immigration coming out of our assholes. We've got it everywhere, mate.
How much immigration have you had in the last? How much illegal immigration have you had in the last 10 years?
Okay, so I'll just do 2023.
Okay,
and it's legal 950,000. We've got a population of 70 million, 68 million, and we've literally brought in 1 million people in 2023.
That's well over 1%.
Pobrecito.
That's just legally, right?
That's
Pobrecito.
That's just
high.
That's
legal.
what we said when the Marielitos came over, and fucking at least fucking 30,000 came over. They put them in the goddamn stadium in Miami.
So McGrandy,
Because
when you talk the shit you do with like the words that come out of your mouth, we know fuck all because we live in an island. We know exactly about it. I was filming the boat people in 2020. I actually was filming it on my channel. Right? I travel the length of the country to film it. It was like 600 miles back and forth.
No,
So, comparison, though, guys, like
we know all about it. Everyone in Britain knows about it. It is the most pertinent.
But you want to
subject?
Is that what you're telling me?
No, we want to stop it. We want to stop it.
Yeah, we want to stop it.
You do realize there's a bit of a controversy going on over there in the UK right now regarding some grooming that may have taken place that may have been ignored by a lot of officials. And this grooming was targeting underage human beings, and it was done by people who are immigrants
from a specific country, even.
Yeah, these guys have a right to be pissed off, dude.
As well
this
as
isn't just
you're
xenophobia. This is a greater thing.
Wait a minute. You're suggesting there's pimps involved.
No,
in
it's
trading.
more than
No, that's what you're saying. It makes
I never said pimps.
Sense.
You said pimps.
It's a false argument.
Well,
there's no proof for that.
So wait there.
We're talking about other things. No,
McGrandy, no one mentioned pimps. No one mentioned pimps. That's all they mentioned, and I didn't mention it.
He was correlating it to grooming.
They mentioned grooming.
Yeah.
And they said predominantly by a certain nationality, right? Now that's what they said. They didn't mention anything about pimps. You know fuck all about this subject. Please don't start chirping on about something you know fuck all about, because this won't go down well. All right,
guys. I would like to hear in our American history, if Cubans came over a lot. I'm guessing during the missile crisis. I don't know when we got the influx. What was the result of them integrating into Florida, and is it going to have the same effect in the UK with what's happening to them now?
I can answer that. I can answer that. Miami was full of Jews. Retired Jews, full of it. Dude, they had the fucking glass everywhere. That fucking glass, everything fucking kosher.
What's the
kosher
problem?
Fucking restaurants. It was fucking beautiful, man. And guess what? The Cubans came in, and the first wave of Cubans, they were the elite, the doctors, the lawyers. And
they were exiles from Castro's Cuba.
Yeah,
they were running for their lives.
They weren't. They lost their land.
They say that in the UK as well.
They
Doctors
were
and
rich.
engineers.
They were rich. They were rich people who lost everything, and they came here to America with open arms. We opened our arms to them, and they fucking built Miami. Miami today would not be what it is today without the Cubans.
I agree. That's not very comparable, though.
That's what pisses. I know because they're in Great Britain, you know, and they have a their society is different than ours.
Okay.
Where you were in Australia. You were in Australia. You know America. We're open, man.
You're
open country. So it's a big difference.
Yes,
what percentage of the UK is now Muslim based, and how much of the US is Muslim?
Well, you know what? Last chance, I got to tell you this, and I'm going to tell you at the base too. But wait, let me just say this. You guys, you Brits, are living the legacy of your empire. So be it. Just like us.
Right.
You're living the legacy of your empire.
That makes Indians, that makes those
fucking all of your empire. Singapore, all of them. You got all of them, man. They're Nepal. All those guys in your army, the fucking Indians. They're all fucking part of your empire, and they are coming back to GB, Great Britain. and you have to absorb them because that's your legacy.
Go for the answer, Elkie.
Yeah, can I answer the question? Yeah, so currently, the Muslim population in the UK, is that what the question was?
Yeah.
I think it's 7 to 8%, which doesn't sound a lot, but what you're finding is that it's highly concentrated in urban areas. So, like obviously London now, a minority in London, white British, are 38%. That's the same as Slough. That's the same as Birmingham now. I think it's 48%.
And what was it 20 years ago?
It would have been in like that 0.5%,
And in the
1% tops.
according to Cup of Tea in the USA, it's 1.3%. So it does look like the UK has had a more immigration than the US has had, a lot more from Asia. So it's not like they don't know about immigration; they know about it much better, and they have a much better appreciation or lack thereof than we do.
So we've currently got 5 independent MPs that have just gone completely on an independent ticket. They haven't gone with Labour, which is traditionally what they would have done. These MPs, they've gone down the route of complete independency. So just to show you that certain areas, wards that we would call them, but like obviously voting for MPs, certain areas are very much segregated. So a lot of people will vote the same way because obviously it's like a magnet, isn't it? People are, you're drawn to people with similar values that look the same, that speak the same language.
Oh, wait. Are they British citizens? So they can vote.
Of course. I'm just making the point that even though it's a small percentage of the UK currently, the way they're populated through the country in such a way that they can still make themselves completely heard because they're very much high in certain areas.
I can tell you that.
And population, of course,
migrants based on our history
is around
have
about
always congregated in urban areas.
Last dance is about five children. About 5 children.
I'm going to outshout you tonight, and so this is true history, and I want to just be simple about it.
Yeah, but New York City, it's true for any ethnicity. It's true for the British. It's true for the Italians. Yeah, it's true for the your point is moot. Your point is moot. It's moot. It's a moot point.
It's actually very relevant.
It's not.
It's extremely.
You're making the point for me. You're making the point for me. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm saying that it's an evolutionary process, and that's what you didn't allow me to say because you have no patience. Because you're in a panic.
What do you want from me? Panic? What are you about?
You're in a panic.
Look. The sad thing about it all, sometimes I think I know more about American politics than you. That's one thing you can't say about British politics, all right?
I can tell you common sense, my friend. and I can tell you the folly of your prejudice. And I know it very well. No,
that's after how many sherries?
I know you, Base, and I know the folly. So
yeah, all right.
That's the good thing.
Can I just say because I don't know what's happened to my other headphones, so I had to go and get some others. Wasn't working. But just going back to about the migration thing we're talking about. In the UK, something really unpopular happened where the government stopped the pensioners' fuel allowance to help them through cold periods in the winter. And I witnessed this. I wish I'd taken a photo, actually. So on the national news in the UK, there's a little town called Altrincham, which is just up the road from me. And it made national news because the hotel cancelled all bookings and put, I think, about 300 migrants in there, which were mostly
300,
males with nothing to do with this, that, and the other. Now, there's been an overflow from that hotel, which is near where I live, well, just down the road, of a house that was a housing association building, probably houses about 20 people. And I was in town. My wife was in getting some shopping or whatever, so I decided to have a cigarette outside. And I was nice to them because I noticed this was about 2 weeks ago. It was a real cold snap in the UK, so it was like snow and everything, and it was bloody bitter. So, and I noticed this building, the back of the building, which I could see, all the windows are open. I thought that's a bit weird because it's bloody cold. And as it happens, some guy appears out the window who's also having a cigarette, and he sort of clocks me, and I look at him. And I just said to him, nicely, I wasn't rude. I went, "Blooming it, aren't you cold?" Because like the window's open. And he shouted, "No, mate, it's too hot in here." And I thought, yeah, because you don't have to pay for the heating, do you? You don't have to worry about the electricity bill, the heating bill, this and that. So they've obviously got the heating on full blast and their windows open to try and keep themselves cool. Meanwhile, the taxpayers, all their lives, the old age pensioners, they're getting no help whatsoever. And you can understand, therefore, McGrandy, I think you made the point, why it gets our backs up and why we get so angry, because they get everything. And there was a guy also pictured, which made the news, which wasn't in my area. He was a migrant. I don't know if you saw it based. It made, I think, virtually front page in some papers, coming out of some benefits with £180 trainers on, £160 jacket on, and other clothes that they were able to identify and know the price of, which have obviously just been given to him. And there's kids going to our schools that where parents are finding it hard to clothe them, hard to feed them. So, you can understand why we get a bit bitter and a bit angry that people come here telling them, the old story, the paths of London are paved with gold, because they're all told you'll get everything, and they bloody well do.
Yeah, but he wasn't given that designer clothes. He's doing his own sideline, and he's buying those designer clothes.
Oh, is
he? He's got a free mobile and stuff, and he gets free vouchers and free food and free Apex cards.
Well, I am enjoying your conversation of bigotry because I've been through it. I've been through it, and your fears are a folly. You guys are paranoid because they don't know history.
Lee didn't even mention any nationality or race or anything.
We know what's going on in Last Dance. Please,
no, you're just assuming. You're surmising.
I'm not. Please.
Okay.
Let's be men. We're in Steve's.
Last Dance. Can I speak to Last Dance about Uber drivers in the UK?
Seek relief, babe. Go ahead.
In the UK, what they're doing in the UK is they're getting an Uber license, and then they'll like third party it out to someone else. So that way, then that person who maybe didn't have the right documents to get the Uber license is now basically got an Uber license. Now they're renting them out and they're selling them, and there's so you can see that there's so many examples of bikes outside.
You're trying to make a living. You're
wait,
trying to make a living, right?
Let him finish, please.
That's the truth.
Wait there. They're in the UK. They're staying in hotels. They're getting 3 meals a day. They're getting all the heating. They're getting phone cards and everything else. And I understand that they might want to earn a few more quid, but really, you're a guest in our country, okay? And by you going out and working, you're taking money off directly off people that need work. So the whole point of that is you abide by the rules. There's so many examples of vehicles outside these hotels, and they're even having the Ubers and the Easy Eats and all these packages on the bikes, and they're outside the hotels, and they're parked. These bikes are like parked.
Don't forget as well. Also, the other big problem is this. So let's say I owned a restaurant and I want people to wash the dishes, and I've got some migrants knocking on my back door. I go, I can pay you absolute minimal wage. I don't have to employ anybody. And they're not going to contribute to the tax system because it's all going to be cash in hand. So they don't contribute whatsoever. And you're also taking jobs away from people that could contribute and have a wage. such as our young people, our very own young people that need those jobs.
Yeah,
It's
and
why-
things like house cleaning, they will undercut the industry so hard and
Yeah.
price so low that makes it almost impossible for legitimate house cleaning companies to compete, because some of these illegals will like do it for like $80 for a house and not like the appropriate price of 180 or 200. So like, how is somebody who's a legitimate business person supposed to compete with that?
It's business, dude.
It's illegal because they're
that's
not.
Here we
it's
go.
business.
They're
It's
not
business.
paying taxes.
It's
They're not.
business. I'm telling you, you know what business is.
Isn't it?
Business is fuck.
All right, here's the thing. They're not
Steve.
paying insurance. They're not fucking paying taxes. They're not paying a livable wage. And they're only using these people because they're illegal and they can be taken advantage of.
Exactly.
That's the reason a lot of these industries are fucked up, like cleaning, painting, things of that nature. Sorry I had to mute him, but I mean, I want to get a paragraph.
No, but
out here.
100%, you're 100% correct.
Yeah, you're spot on, Steve. And the thing is, as well, it's funny how a liberal, right, that wants sort of control, all of a sudden doesn't want control when it directly affects the working class. Doesn't care about the working class now, because that's
Take it easy, McGran.
That's what you're saying. You're saying, and I'm saying the same thing. You want to protect those jobs, like that Uber Eats business. They're accepting jobs now for much lower payments. So it is becoming a huge problem because it's affecting the industry of that sort of home delivery, because they're accepting lower jobs, and that filters down.
Yeah,
See,
and I mean,
a lot
I
of what you're
understand.
talking about, based, seems like the problem is the generous public assistance that you provide. Maybe you shouldn't provide public assistance to new immigrants for at least 2 years or something. I mean, you don't want people coming into your country and immediately being a burden on the.
But as soon as you do that, last dance, we can't make we might have well left Europe, but there's still the is it the what's it called, E something or other, to do with like human rights and this, that, and the other.
ECHR.
Yeah, we're still attached to. So when if we try to do that, they turn around and go, no, you can't. And then you also get groups of people that are the do-gooders, a very small minority that seem to have loads of power, going, oh, that's inhumane. You can't do that to these people.
We've had criminals. We've had criminals that, for example, we deported. Then we've had to like invite them back into the country because it's against their human rights not to have a family life, even though the victims of their crimes are it's bonkers, and they've had compensation because the lefty lawyers from the ECHR has beaten the government in that particular case, and it's like, oh, this is fucked up.
But I'm saying this is not an external thing. This is stuff you as a country have decided to do. You're a sovereign country. You don't have to participate in the European Court of Human Rights. You don't have to allow immigrants in that will immediately go on public assistance of various kinds. You don't have to do any of that.
I've said this.
What is their asylum seeking?
Asylum is what only a small number of people should be eligible for asylum. Numbers that wouldn't make any difference.
Here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, the problem is though, when Biden said we're going to accept asylum seekers, that prompted a huge influx. Everybody's now an asylum seeker.
Right.
And the process of that is arduous. When you're talking 100,000 people a week at our southern borders, that happened for a couple of months there.
We got an echo from you, Aphid. He's working on
fixing it. One of his 9,000 devices needs to be moved.
Exactly.
So Merkel said the same thing as Biden said, come, and they came. And in 2017, she said come, and like 1.4 million people turned up. And,
this is a kid-friendly show, Welshie.
Exactly.
What have I said?
No, just ignore RW. I'm sure Sarita does, so we should learn the same.
Yeah, and basically 1.4 million turned up, and in very short time, she realised that a high percentage of them weren't willing to do a lot of work or any work.
Right.
And then she said the rest of Europe can have them. So
But
she
this country,
basically put a quota out for every country to take them.
Have you seen the news or the tweet or whatever it was that said that Chicago is doing an immigration raid like first thing Monday?
No,
I've heard of it, but
ICE
I
is
mean,
going to do an immigration raid in Chicago.
ICE is, and that was Steve Lookner on Agenda Free TV did a long show about it last night, and it's
hook me up. Like, what's going on? It's legit then.
It's Chicago and other cities. I think I heard Astoria thrown in there.
Where's that?
I don't know.
It's the borders. Tom giving interviews. I like his interviews.
Why would they announce that type of information before doing
that's bizarre. That's makes me question the whole thing.
Yeah,
that to me is not
usually you want to keep it a secret or people will disappear.
It's not a raid.
Do you reckon it's a double bluff? He'll go to another city. It could be.
I think it's just noise.
No, it's silly because it's just going to instill panic in the people that might be unsure of their status or obviously sure of their status that they're fucked and they're going to just leave.
I mean, this sounds like it's just going to be a token number of deportees, which doesn't bother me, but this seems more like a publicity stunt than anything significant, which kind of makes me a little less happy about it.
Yeah, you're right. The thing that leads most to that is the press release of it happening 2 days.
Exactly.
Okay, but Steve, and last time, say for example, they do start from basically day one, and they keep it like small and clean and direct. That's what they want to do. They want to slowly walk into this. They don't want to go in there and get it wrong. The first couple of weeks. They want to walk in slowly if they can, because there's plenty of wrong ones they can get rid of, isn't there?
Oh yeah, that's what we want.
I always remember the story where
good to see you, buddy.
Our crazy country when sure Base remember this. There was a guy a good years ago called, was it Abba Hamza or something? The Hook.
Yeah.
He was a cleric for Muslims, and he complete hate speech in the UK. Got arrested a few times. So we were going to deport him, and it went on for over a year. And every time they got to almost a point, years, yeah, and millions of pounds spent, by the way, as well. Anyway, we finally managed to get him out of the country. France had a very similar character. They deported him straight away, and they got fined by the European Commission about 20,000 euros. So we should have done that in the first place. We'd have saved millions of pounds.
Yeah, and Maloney did it. Maloney did it as well. Maloney said that there was an imam in Italy who'd been living in Italy for 30 years. He turned around and said, basically, you should attack infidels wherever you see them, straight from the scripture. And she got him out in like 30 hours. And you got to love that, because he'd been in the country like 33 years. It was like 30 hours. Out of here.
Out of here too, right?
Yeah.
You don't like the way we live, then why are you here?
How do you do that, though? Where did they send him? Back to his country of birth?
Yeah.
Interesting, because he was an Italian citizen, right?
No, he'd been there for 30 years. He was about 60, 70. He was a big beardy weirdy, the time.
So he wasn't, he never achieved citizenship in that long...
Well, no. They quashed their citizenship and kicked him out. It was like, that's that.
That's interesting. You couldn't do that here.
Well, yeah, that's it. Maloney and Macron, like I said, Macron did the same thing very recently. Did the same thing. We did someone else.
Once you become an American citizen, you are an American citizen. And all the punishment that's going to take place takes place here in the country. So what he said would probably fall under, I don't know if it could be an inciting violence.
Steve, that's not the case. That's not the case, because you do deport criminals after they've served their time, don't you? You deport them to their homeland.
No, but you said, I'm assuming it would be the equivalent of an American citizen.
Yeah, but wouldn't you, if someone was given citizenship in America and they served their crime and it was bad enough, you could then say, well, you're going back to Jamaica if their birthplace was Jamaica.
I have never heard of that.
No.
Last Dance, have you?
No.
Oh.
I've never heard of such a thing. They would be released, and you're a prisoner, but you're still an American citizen. You lose the right to vote, to own a gun. Well, now they're switching the vote thing, but they're never going to switch the gun thing.
Well, that's what you're doing now. So that's what we've always wanted in the UK. Why would we want someone that was a guest in our country and very shortly after arriving in our country committed a heinous, violent crime? I don't see why that they should have any standing, even if they were a British citizen. As far as I'm concerned, they've lost their citizenship at that point.
Then what would stop them from saying to you, okay, well, arbitrary example, if you commit a heinous crime, for them saying you're no longer a British citizen?
One, I'm ethnically British and I'm a Celt.
But so that's not an ethnicity, though.
It is.
Okay.
So that would make me British anyway and Welsh. And I was born in Wales. So this chap wasn't born in Wales. He was like a 60-year-old preacher and he'd been in the country 30 years. So game over as far as I'm concerned. And if, for example, they were born in the UK, I still believe if they've committed a heinous crime, they should be deported to their ethnicity. You know, if their homeland would have been Pakistan, I would say to Pakistan, take this wrong, and otherwise we're going to pull your legal your aid we give you, which we still give these nuclear power countries a lot of money every year.
So you're saying it's almost as though there's two tiers of citizenship, like birthright citizenship, who's one born there.
Well, yeah.
And then you're saying people who are granted citizenship after, receiving it from, whether it be asylum or naturalization or whatever.
As far as
those people would always be able to have their citizenship revoked on certain speech, like they could say words, and all of a sudden you're out. That's not American. That's not allowed here.
I said heinous, violent crime. You heard what I said?
Yeah, but you were talking about the Italian prime minister who did it on speech.
No, because he said that all infidels, kafirs, should be attacked on sight.
Right, that's inciting violence. I hear you.
Based, am I right in saying I might even mention this on the show a few weeks ago? I don't know, but a few months ago, am I right in believing that I heard, like if I arrive here in the country, I might be of a certain religion, and I go to claim benefits, but I tell them I've got 5 wives, that you're able to claim for them even though they're not in the country.
I'll have to check up on that. I've heard so much yes and no, but I do know of cases where they have multiple wives and they're all claiming. Whether the actual the Department of Employment know the setup, I'm not 100%, but I know of cases.
Changing the subject as well. Something. Oh no, can you still hear me? Yeah, changing the subject slightly. Is it true, firstly, that there's bad weather coming into Washington, and how do you feel therefore about the inauguration taking place indoors? Is there more to this, or you might know more than we do?
Wasn't he requesting indoor anyway? Why do I feel like
was it?
I wouldn't be surprised with the 2 attempts on his
that's what I was thinking.
Life, yes. that some security detail or some inside ear told him, we can protect you a lot better indoors, and the weather's going to be cold, so it's a double whammy, no brainer. Let's just do it. It doesn't look suspicious. You blame it on the weather, so that's that. Right. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was an underlying reason. I mean, the guy was 1 inch away from having the corner of his skull blown off. It's fucking the craziest, closest. Still can't get over that. It's surreal that he became president, and he second time became president again and was nearly taken out before that. It's just.
I have a question for you, Steve. Do you think that Trump is going to have a different mindset towards presidency because of his assassination attempt, or is he the same?
Well, I think he's the same.
Okay.
I think that assassination attempt shook him, and he's probably going to make sure he has some of the baddest dudes that we can make around him to protect him
privately.
But I don't think it's going to change much with his policy or his beliefs.
So one thing I've already thought of is his close protection, and the hot team that will stick with him like glue will be nothing like when Joe Biden's out and about. This will be at a whole new level. There'll be no
Do you think it'll be
glitches.
federal, or do you think it'll be private?
Well, it'll be federal.
Has to be federal.
Yeah.
Does it?
But
most of it, yeah. I mean,
you have his private, his hotels, I'm sure as well. But they're going to be working hand in hand. But it'd be federal, won't it?
It has to be. I mean, a private, that would imply that there would be somebody around him that wasn't completely vetted by the Secret Service,
Right?
With firearms.
The conspiracy theory of can he
That's
trust
hard.
the system if the system was the one that tried to take him out?
I don't know.
Well,
who said the system was the one that tried to take him out?
There's many conspiracy theories that happened during the assassination attempt.
Yeah,
that was part
a
of
lot
it.
of people.
We don't run our country on conspiracy
exactly.
theories.
No, that's fine.
I suspect
it's a
RW
fair
that
point.
if he wanted a private person or someone who's not in the government to guard him, that could be arranged without too much difficulty.
I was wondering if he had that right. I would think that he did.
Well, of course he does. That doesn't mean they're going to be allowed in everywhere he goes. I mean, they're not. If he goes into the White House, this guy may not. Maybe he gets in. I don't know.
Like, how do they have to background check this person so thoroughly?
Well, yeah, they would give him a background check, of course.
Well, I mean, to allow him to be, or him or her to be around,
Guarded Epstein in cell. Oh, this guy checks out
with a firearm, armed. Like, God, that's their worst nightmare. They're letting somebody who's not one of them.
I agree that it would be there'd be a lot of pushback, but I'm sure ultimately it's up to the president.
Yeah, I don't know what he would be.
He's not a prisoner of the Secret Service. He's still, even though he's president, he still has his rights as a private citizen. So,
couldn't he just?
If he wants to be armed himself, he can.
Couldn't he just say, like, half of SEAL Team 6 and a few Army Rangers, you guys are going to be my new crew?
If he wants, he could do that. I think this.
That would be better than private security in my mind.
Well, I agree.
With full fatigues and a SAW M240 included for intimidation factor.
I mean, it's not. I don't think it's about someone who's good at fighting isn't going to do much good against a sniper's bullet. So it's more of a the thing in Pennsylvania was it lack of area security.
Bingo.
Obviously.
The
question is how bad is the Secret Service these days that they could allow that to happen?
I don't know. We saw that one chick flailing for her gun. She couldn't get it out.
How deep is the rot? I don't know.
She looked like Charlie's Angels.
It was terrible. It was so far.
And then they caught her later. She was at a hotel again, like fumbling for her gun at a whole different.
Yeah, again, you're right.
Still her. Somebody got her outside, like through the window.
She was by the doorway, wasn't she? Where they entered, it was like a little hospital. Main hospital. She got out of the car. She literally was looking left and right and trying to find the gun.
It was funny.
If
At
somebody's
least she didn't run for cover.
If somebody's shooting at you with like a rifle and you're trying to get your gun out like that 1 or 2 seconds,
it's all over.
It's over.
Do you remember like a few years ago, there was I don't know whether he was the Slovakian leader or whatever, but he goes up to the podium to make a speech, and then one of his own like security guys just pulls out a gun and shoots him in the back of the head. Do you remember that?
No, I was a little longer than a few years ago, but yeah, I do.
Yeah. That was like incredible.
If incompetence is the reason for the assassination attempt to be as successful as it was, that's a good enough reason without conspiracy theory to not want to have that agency covering your back.
Yeah, some questions need to be answered first. I mean, for example, all those in suits, basically they're bullet blockers. That's what they are. They're there to block bullets.
Yeah.
Now, Trump being 6'3" or 4, isn't he? Now,
Yeah, 6'4".
so you now need 6'7" or 6'5" men
basketball players,
or women. So because if you're going to fill those positions correctly and say DEI, like you would say, right, everyone needs to be 6'4" or more.
I got it.
No one's allowed to be under that. Now she was a bullet blocker, right? Yeah, she was mostly like 5'7". It's retarded. There was 3 of them. There were like women there, and half the blokes were smaller.
Whoever loses the NBA male and female team has to be the team that blocks Trump's body at events. That will work.
It's great. It's great seeing those videos with security that are walking behind the president that have got a false hand.
Yeah,
because they're real hands on a weapon ready to pull it out at any time.
I've never seen that.
I think I have seen that.
Yeah, in the inauguration, you see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. And then the day after that's going to be even more interesting, I think. I know there's a lot of hype about, or go ahead.
Well, sorry, I seen a protest today on Twitter, and it was really weak. It was like loads of women in pussy hats. It seemed to be protesting, and it looked like they ain't gonna do nothing.
Once again, it's another thing that annoys me about the media, right? Is that the headline was here in the UK, right? Protesters before the inauguration against Trump. Okay. And then if you take the time to read the whole article, it's basically a whole bunch of women, which is fair enough. And they've been doing it since 2017. It's not like, it's just
annual meetup.
And it's just the headline grabber. You think, oh yeah, people are protesting against Trump. No, they've been doing it for years. It doesn't matter who's in power.
There's a lot less protesting happening than I expected to happen. Tell you the truth, man.
Well, there'll probably be more on Inauguration Day.
You're expecting a large gathering of protest?
Well, there was last time.
Don't forget, RW.
Violent. Not violent, but
you might think that there's a lot of less protesting. It might be because he won the popular vote. He won the election. It seems like, and so on the Senate.
No,
it might be there's a lot of people that actually support him.
No.
Those aren't the ones.
Same people that protested in 2016. A lot of them will protest in 2024. They live locally.
Yeah, but aren't they contradictory then? Because when Trump's protesters are out, it's like, oh, heathens and this, that, and the other. And then when they do it, it's like, oh, well, it's okay because we're just doing a protest. It's just like,
I mean, I understand your dual class of citizen, but I think it's important that it would be a liberal herd that's protesting this time, not a conservative one.
Tell me something, as irrespective of how you voted and what you think of him right at this moment in time, if he does achieve his goals and makes a golden age of America again, would you be willing to cock your hat and go, okay, I thought he was a bit of an idiot, but I've been actually surprised that he's done well? Would you, or do you just don't like the guy no matter what he does?
I would be willing to give him credit if credit is deserved.
Who?
Trump. If he manages to, everything he does in the next 4 years turns to gold, and he's like, a great president, better than I expected.
Yeah. How high of a percentage chance do you give that in the 1, to 100? Like 1%, 5? What do you think?
Yeah.
Low?
Pretty low. I'll say 10%. Pretty unlikely.
Wow.
I don't expect it. Even if he does, if he gets half right and half wrong, that's not too bad.
At what percentage will you give him credit?
I don't 50%, know. I just 50%. I can't say what I'd have to see. I would take the whole thing as a whole and
Okay.
see how it went.
That's just surprising. Sorry, go ahead, Aphid.
Aphid, what do you think? Are you thinking we're democracy's over, like everyone's saying, or what? Do we got a chance with
I
this
don't
guy?
think. I don't think that. But my problem isn't the short term with him; it's the long term and the successes he gives to people that think like him and act like him, and that's the that's just the direction that the Republican Party goes in. That's more my concerns, not what he does in the next.
What do you
4
think of the
years.
short term, though?
And let's not forget the direction of the country,
Right?
because that's what we voted for.
Well, yeah, I don't know if the I mean, I think that he could make a bigger difference than most in 4 years, but I don't think that the president has as much to do with the direction of the country as people like to think that it does.
Whether you like it or not, though, he's already made a lot of change one way or another before he's even gotten the seat again.
Well, he's definitely changed the. I don't know. I want to make it a polite way of putting it. He's definitely changed the way people think about a lot of people that didn't. Is that your dog based?
Oh, he's literally stuck to my cheek.
So
What's this?
he's doing okay, huh?
He is. He showed us him earlier.
Oh, that's great, man. Because that was one of the things I want to make sure to check about.
Pace Walshman says he has a bit of an axe wound going on, but it's healing.
Yeah. Oh, that's great, man.
He looks totally asleep. He's totally asleep.
He's doing all right.
You weren't here last week, and I was hoping that we'd get an update.
Yeah,
so that's good to
this
hear.
is the good part about
Sorry.
dogs.
I'm trying to get the mic away from him, but
Keep it away from Steve.
No, that's all right, man. I'll put up with that as long as he's still making noises.
He's really noisy. He's really noisy.
It's hilarious.
I'm going to move him.
I'll get out the pencil sharpener and I'll compete with him.
It almost sounds like a cat purring.
Yeah,
kind of cute.
I don't remember where I was with what I was saying.
The 4-year short term. I was curious if you thought it would be what percentage of success for. But
I would give him more of a. I think he's got a more than what was last chance, like 10 or less.
Yeah, 10% chance.
I think he's probably got. I mean, he'd have to be pretty bad at everything to not do better than 10%. So
well, 10% was like the probability of him.
Oh, okay. Yes, oh, yeah. Well, then I agree with.
Oh, it wasn't the whole success.
Well, I mean, it depends on it depends on who you're asking. I mean, if you ask half the population of the United States, they're going to think whatever he does was completely great and the best president we ever had. So
I'd say that's.
I don't know if I could answer that for everybody. My opinion is no, he's not going to be the best president we ever had. I'd give him a 25% chance of being the middle statistically. I always like to look at the statistic, where things were when they took office and where they were when they left, as far as the GDP, the unemployment rate, everything. Just try to lump it all together.
I'm hoping that you're all going to be pleasantly surprised, and the reason for that is that the good thing is this time around, he's got experience. He knows how it works. He was new first time and naive, and the fact that he's got the numbers that are needed to get things through. I'm hoping that he always does the right thing, but I think we'll see a better Trump this time around. That he's like, hey, I've been here before. I know how the system works. I know what I need to do.
I hope you're right, but I think that he also knows how to skate around things even better than he skated around things, which I thought was incredible. I've never seen anybody that's able to just skate that line and avoid legal ramifications better than he has.
Aphid, it's a question out to the panel. Do you think that the new department, the DOG department, is that going to be successful? Because my personal opinion on that can only be a success because there's so much waste in government. If some of Trump's key figures get involved in that,
it's not a government department, though. It's an arbitrary thing.
Right. I see. Yeah.
It
So
has nothing to do with the government.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it-
really
They have no
understand.
they have no employees.
It's bizarre.
right. But for example, if for example they can turn around and make recommendations
Oh,
that
no,
this should
sorry.
happen, right? And it does work. I think there's a lot of waste in government that you could see. In fact, I've seen it. Elon done a meme. You know his Raptor rockets, the engines. He said Raptor 3, Raptor 1 rocket, Raptor 2 rocket, Raptor 3 rocket, showing how simpler they've got these rockets. And he literally put DOG. Imagine what we'll do to the DOG. Now, I can see why he would get a lot of waste out of the way. That's what I feel.
I mean, I don't know how much time he's going to have to do it.
No, you'll
Vivek
set his
Ram-
boys up. You'll set his like key figures on the job. You won't do much.
I mean, I'm all for cleaning up waste. I just don't really get if this is a real thing or if he's kind of, if Trump came up with this to give these two guys, Vivek, I guess he didn't find a reasonable spot for him in the cabinet, so he came up with this thing to team him up with. Like, who's paying these guys? Is this a paid position?
Well, no one's going to pay Musk. He doesn't. He has more money than
Well, who's paying Vivek?
I don't think he gets
nobody.
paid. Yeah.
And it's not going to. The problem is not government inefficiency. The problem is government spending. And
Those are
Well,
separate.
that's the same, isn't it?
no,
That's the
it's
same.
not. It's not. It's congressionally mandated government spending. You can't get much. You're not going to make up
Sorry.
$600 billion from government efficiency. I mean, the amount of
Spending too much on a
spending
hammer,
versus-
is that what you're talking about?
Huh?
Like spending too much like on a hammer, for example, is that what you're talking about? Like
No, I'm talking about, we buy, we spend, we have more outlays by a huge amount than we know we're going to collect in revenue. Taxes and spending they're not even closely related.
Right. So would this department streamline that? That would have nothing to do with that. So what are they doing? Streamlining what?
You would have to cut enormous amounts of spending to have any effect.
So what I'm asking you is, what would DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, be streamlining, be cutting, be?
I have no
monitoring?
idea what they'd be doing.
Right.
They haven't
If
really
they can't
said.
if they can't affect congressional spending,
They can't.
then what the hell are they doing?
I don't know.
Like Aphid Lip alluded to, like the 90s story that we all saw from 60 Minutes about the $5,000 toilet and the $600 pair of pliers and all of that. Like, is that all we're talking about here? Like,
I don't know what they're doing.
I
there's
think
no specifics, are there?
I think what he said is cutting the employees was one of the major things. I could be wrong, but I thought he said he was going to just take a hatchet to a lot of
civil
positions.
servants. Yeah, he did say that. A lot of civil servants were going to get it.
I thought it was the aspect was reducing regulation, which then there was less jobs needed to regulate.
well, the Department of Defense has 3.5 million employees, and the population of the United States is about 350 million. So that's what, 350 American citizens for every one employee? It does seem like a lot of employees.
It's like 1%.
It's 1%. Yeah, it's literally 1 to 100 of employees to
But
sit.
how much can you cut that and remain as efficient as you can be?
I mean, there's got to be a lot that can be cut there, Last Dance. No, I mean,
It won't make a difference, though. You have to. That's not where all the spending is. All the spending is elsewhere, and you have to. You just start at the biggest part. Social spending, and that's the biggest part, and then the next biggest part is like the Department of Defense, and
Yeah.
then the next bit that's where you got to cut. If you could do it through efficiency, it would have been done already.
So you're saying
So-
cut, like we
yeah,
were
but-
talking about earlier, these fairly
Well,
large
Yeah,
donations to
the
Ukraine.
first
If
thing you
those
have
are
to do
reduced-
is to cut the Defense Department's budget
Right.
by 20% or 10%. Then have the Department of Government Efficiency figure out the best way to do that.
Last chance. If your armed forces are anything like our armed forces, there was some audit done not long ago, and I'll make the bolter. It was a generic bolter. It was an M6 with a nylon thread to it, and they were paying like £2.50 for them. Well, you can buy them on eBay for like fucking 20 for fucking £2. Delivered, and it obviously you can get, and the army was paying these extortionate rates because they're just not even business minded as such. They're just literally just allowing. And the thing is, these examples, like I think you made out, they're huge. Some of these examples, and just things need to be tightened up. And
well, that should be a fireable offense. Like somebody should be in charge of that base, Welshman. There should be somebody they pay, 75 grand a year to fucking watch
you would
over
think-
budget like that,
you
and
would
then
think
save
so.
them potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars, or millions.
That's just not how it works. Nobody, especially in the Department of Defense, every single purchase is governed by an incredibly complex set of congressional rules, and things are put out for bid. And if the bidders, you take the low bidder that meets the requirements, and if that low bidder is $2.50 per item and it's 50 cents on eBay, well, that's too bad. You're not getting it unless eBay bids on it. You're not getting it from eBay. Things are done. It's all done in a very rigid, structured way.
Well, it should be modernized then.
These are congressional laws. These are laws basically that govern every aspect of this process. And neither Elon Musk nor Vivek Ramaswamy have the power to say you can ignore these laws and do things my way.
No, but to give out information, if the information is accurate, brings that information to the light of the public, and the public can start to outcry if there's things that are ridiculous.
That's fine. That's great.
Now you're
I'm all
talking,
for that.
RW.
I'm all for that.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's going to be many examples of this, and like you said, last time said it won't really affect the overall at the end of the day, but just the pure examples of just craziness where like prices are going through the roof for no reason. It's just because there's a government contract and stuff. It will cause a change, hopefully, where things will rock that boat. So this sort of thing sort of gets controlled out, because this is nonsense, and it is. It's any government in the world.
It kind of reminds me when they had Zuckerberg on the stand. Was it Chuck Grassley, or I can't remember? The incredibly old senator at the time asked him, well, how does Facebook make money? And he was like, advertising. But I feel like half of government is that old that they're just like unaware of maybe ways to save money, ways to advance things.
They don't care, because lobbyists are giving them, that own these companies, are giving them millions of dollars for their campaigns to buy their overpriced item from them.
Yep.
This is why you asked them payroll tax.
I'm curious what a soldier has to pay in taxes if they're active. I would think it's fair that they don't have to pay fuck all.
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up.
I think your position, Steve, is that you're not 100% in with it, but you would like to think it could make a change of good, because there's so much waste out there. Maybe is that where you are?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's so much waste in this state, but that's more of a state problem than a federal problem.
It's interesting though. Sorry,
my state's fucked, man. My state's fucked. It's a wonderful place to live. I love it, but they're spending way too much on people that aren't even residents of the state or citizens
No.
of the country. It's unbelievable.
Well, we have this. We kind of have the same problem with, the jewel in our crown, where we, love the fact that we've got the National Health Service, which is free to anybody. But the one thing is that over the years, we know that the middle management that exists within the NHS, and a lot of it isn't needed, and is always complained about, costs billions of pounds a year, which could be spent on treatment for obviously people that need it. But it's just I mean, the NHS in particular seems to be such a huge elephant. You just can't seem to get to the bottom to try and save money. But everybody knows, and when you talk to people that work in the NHS, they get so frustrated that there's such, like I said, a huge band of middle management that they feel creates red tape just to justify their positions. And it
What
costs
is NHS again?
tax. It's
National Health Service.
and
Of the UK?
yeah, and we get taxed for it. We contribute. It's not free really, because we contribute our taxes. So
Free to use.
I can walk into a hospital tomorrow and go, and they'll treat me. I don't have to pay anything. I mean, the only problem with that is open up to anybody that arrives in the country as well. You get what they call
NHS tourism.
Tourists, that's it, yeah. So I fly in from Nigeria because I think I might have something quite unwell, and I can walk into the hospital and we treat them. And that costs a lot of money.
You decided to do that. It isn't somehow.
Yes,
isn't somehow a natural, feature that you didn't choose to do.
No,
I mean,
I absolutely agree with you. But what I'm saying is, when we were talking earlier on about, I think Steve mentioned, you should put things in place where you can't do that. That would be a great idea, because that would save us a lot of money and people wouldn't come.
Lee, there's cases of pregnant women inducing their babies, and the NHS knows this because obviously they, with like either the chemicals or the whatever they take, will induce the.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a black market out for that, and and the NHS will obviously accept it, and then you've got a British citizen there.
Yeah. Changing the subject for a hot potato at the moment, or I think it's a hot potato. What's the situation? Because I think Trump's gone back on what he believed, first of all, with TikTok. What's going on?
The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against TikTok's application to stop the law from going into effect. So the law goes into effect.
All 9 of them?
9-0, baby.
Jesus.
What was the law going into effect?
I think it's tonight at midnight, maybe.
Yeah, I think it goes into effect tomorrow.
I can't believe all 9 of them. I would have thought there would have been some dissension there.
Nah, I'm not surprised.
I mean, what do you guys think of Roz every hour posting that there's only this many hours left to the TikTok ban? I think that if that's the worst news happening in the world, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. But we'll see what happens.
Isn't Trump saying on his first day he's going to give him a 90-day extension or something?
Yes, he did say that.
Yeah, right.
I don't know that he has the power to do that, though.
No, it was written in. I thought it was negotiated into this.
Oh, it's part of the law?
I think so.
Okay.
What is the law? Sorry.
I forget
There
what
is
it's
no
called.
law. I think it's.
No, it's a law.
All right. Well, I think it gives leniency for him to give it a delay for 90 days or even 6 months.
Somebody asked Grok.
We don't have premium, just you do.
No, it's free now for everyone.
So I can't ask Grok anything.
No, Grok is free for everyone, dude.
Okay.
No, but you can't literally ask it questions.
I'll ask it right now.
He says you can.
I haven't figured out Grok yet, apparently. Because I'm like, fuck you, Grok. I can't ask you shit. And then it's like, yes, you can. But I was, yeah.
Do you believe the also, once again, changing the subject, but let's fly over to Israel for a second. Do you believe this ceasefire is going to stay in place? Because I believe Netanyahu has turned around. I never pronounce his name right, so sorry. Do you believe he's turned around and said that Israel have got the right to start the war again whenever they want? Do you think this is going to last?
Who said that?
Netanyahu.
Netanyahu, yeah, whatever.
Well,
his
of
name is.
course they
That's
do.
according to the peace deal.
But I think it will. I think it will start out just fine. And you ask me if it will last. I doubt it.
Yeah.
Dude, I think they're going to get the hostages back and just level them.
I'd be surprised if they get
I
that
don't think
far.
I don't think they're getting all of them back at the beginning, are
Right.
they?
They're
getting
getting
some
back
of them.
pages.
Also, it puts him in a difficult position because if this war comes to an end, and it really does, are they going to go after him for war crimes? I mean, does he want to prolong this maybe so he survives longer? I don't know.
Who's going to go after him?
Who's going to get him?
Who's they? When you say they,
Exactly.
Lee,
It's
who do you
the
mean?
they again.
Well, who's the organization that is named him as a war criminal and he needs to stand trial? There's
More than one.
Yeah.
The,
So I don't know who the exact names are, Steve, but there's been an organization, hasn't there? It's a world organization.
Do they have a police force?
No.
Well, yeah.
they're
If
not.
he stays in Israel, he'll be fine, I'm sure.
Yep.
In the same way that if Putin stays in Russia, he'll be fine.
I just want to read the Grok spit out real quick. The law going into effect on TikTok tomorrow is the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act. This legislation requires ByteDance, TikTok's Chinese parent company, to divest its U.S. assets by this date or face a ban in the United States. If ByteDance does not sell TikTok to a non-Chinese company by this deadline, the app will effectively be banned, meaning new downloads will be prohibited and existing users will not be able to update the app. Blobbity blobbity bloop. So what's interesting, first of all, for this is people are downloading another Chinese program called Red something. Instead of Blue Hair, it's Red Note.
I read something, right.
So, I mean, it's still China's not affected in one sense, but well, like what is the whole aspect of making China sell to America or banning it? Like what it seems almost like theater. It's just theater. I can't understand the actual point of it because
It seems like theater to me too.
War to spying.
It seems like theater to me too, so I can't disagree. I mean, I know the I know the rationale behind it, but it's not very convincing. It doesn't stand up to a lot of scrutiny.
Yeah, I mean, I guess basically they're saying the rationale is that the Chinese government, by the law over there, will have access to all the information that's collected by TikTok.
Exactly. They'll have access to all the information. They can use it to put malware out there. They can promote their propaganda and
I'd say that's the strongest
suppress
argument
other
that there is.
propaganda. What's that?
I would say that the propaganda is the strongest argument that there is, but when it comes to reaching people with propaganda, I mean, pick your platform.
Exactly. That's true. And like many other things, I mean, I agree that it's concerning that China can harvest all this data, but I mean, people volunteer. They volunteer to join this app, not me, but our neocon in charge, McGee, is a TikTok user. So
Donald Trump was too.
Yeah, so people know what they're getting into, and they choose to do it. That doesn't mean that there's not a national security issue, but it's such an interconnected world. You have to have a kind of a larger policy. Like you said, you pick this one company out, and people they just moved on to the next Chinese app. Do you really want to ban? China is also our biggest trading partner. Do you want to? How's that going to work? I mean, you're going to ban their certain pieces of their commerce from the U.S. and then expect them to play ball with everything else. I mean, it's
only if we slap more tariffs on.
I
don't know. We'll see. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah,
personally, it doesn't affect me. I haven't seen much out of TikTok that I found either interesting or newsworthy, but. And I've seen a whole lot of stupid shit from it, but personally, but it does seem like, it's more like a panic than.
I do believe that TikTok changed American culture. It literally changed American culture.
How did they do that?
I think one aspect is sexualization of youth.
How did TikTok do that?
I didn't see any of that, but I don't watch TikTok, so I don't know.
Explain that. What do you mean?
If dancing trends are sexualized and that trend is praised, the youth seeing that mimics it, and that sexualizes the youth. I think TikTok was an extremely prolific delivery device for that.
You're blaming TikTok, but I think they were just a vehicle.
Okay.
I think
Instagram has a lot of chicks shaking their butts.
I understand, but somehow the TikTok delivery method became addicting and it took over.
I mean, so did MTV. I mean, MTV changed everything more than TikTok did.
I think that's very true. I think
Twitter changed discourse. Many people say for the worse. I mean, everything that Twitter X/X.
Yeah,
right.
X.
They all have their fingerprint on culture.
So things change, yeah, and you can argue that some of it's for the worst or all of it's for the worst. But one thing is true: you're not going to stop. You're not going to keep the genie in the bottle, whether you stop it at TikTok or somewhere else.
I'm just expressing my feelings towards.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you.
I mean, it's nice to get short format news to find out that something's happening, but if all I'm offered is 15 seconds of information on a topic and that makes me an expert, I don't like it.
I mean, I followed McGrans leaves links frequently to TikTok, and I followed those.
And my wife,
not much.
Wife, I have only seen what you have shown me. So
my wife loves it though. My wife,
I've never been on there.
My wife knows what I've seen because she's shown me every second of anything I've ever seen on that app or platform. RW, has your wife ever shown you anything from TikTok?
She doesn't like to show me what she watches because we differ so much on content. Like, it's not like perverted or anything. That would be my vice more than hers, but it's just fucking weird. Like, it's just weird.
What if you watch a lot of seamstress videos, a lot of sewing?
That would be normal to me. I don't even want to share without her permission what it is. It's just
I was just busting chops because I know she's a master seamstress. So
I can't believe how many people follow certain things and that's what they consume for leisure. Like, it's just weird.
You know what I've been consuming on YouTube the last couple of months?
What?
It's become a secret addiction. Drain and culvert cleaning videos.
Wow, you are strange.
Yes.
I just stumbled on it.
The fact that it's the thing, you're just like, wow.
It's so satisfying to see the water suddenly flow through. I mean, it's like,
yeah.
Men and women have different ASMR, but ASMR is another concept of culture that's come in and become trendy. Like, oh, you like listening to the combs make comb sounds for hours? Like, yeah, I can do that now. 2025, bitch.
I've been a part of some of those crews, Last Dance, cleaning drains. And let me tell you, when you look down and you see things floating around, you just tell yourself, that's not what I think it is. That's not what I think it is.
These aren't the turds you're looking for.
This one channel I follow, he tends to clean culverts that are blocked by beaver dams.
Well, that's not bad. I mean, beavers are cool, but
some of the things that they put in the dams are funny. One time, he was cleaning one. The beavers put a dead skunk in there to help block it.
Not bad. Good use.
Underwater's probably better than above it.
They use moose poop sometimes to seal the dams, and he cleans it out. He says, "Oh, it smells horrible."
Yeah, and a lot of rural towns in Vermont, like they call the game warden in, and he'll come in and shoot the beavers because they dam the fucking rivers and like cause back flooding into people's houses, and
it washes roads out too.
Where is this that the beavers are doing it? Because I've only seen beavers in Canada.
He lives in northern Maine, but he travels all over the place. He travels, into Pennsylvania, into Vermont, into New Hampshire, into Massachusetts. He goes all over the place. I mean, he
Do you
puts.
think he makes more money doing that service or from revenue of people watching him?
He doesn't get paid at all. He's a gorilla. He does it for free, and he makes money from YouTube from the people watching.
I think I respect that. I think that's a really cool business model.
It's brilliant. Beavers
It's
are
a
cool.
new age way of making money. You're feeding
Yeah.
the people and you're helping society. That's so much better than grinding for a paycheck.
I love a big beaver.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a tree? Have you
You're
ever
like,
been walking
damn.
in the woods near or kayaking or canoeing and seen a tree that's half worked on by a beaver? I have.
Yeah.
It's fucking trippy, dude. They fucking like get that thing down.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
No, we have beavers around here.
it's so cool.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they gnaw on it over like maybe I seen like a couple of days because I passed one that was like half eaten. It had like it was a tree like this, but it had like this in the middle that was left. That the
Do you
beaver
know what kind of tree it was?
I want to say it was maple, hardwood.
A sweeter wood.
I mean, they gnaw on what surrounds the pond or whatever water structure they're trying to dam up.
But they must enjoy like slippery almond stuff that has like a minty menthol taste, you know?
Well, they eat the bark as well of some of these trees. So
Mhm.
So he works till what, like 5 chomping, and then he heads back to goes to sleep, and then he wakes up. He's like, more time on the tree, and then he walks back over to the same tree. Like clearly,
Dude, there's
they're
nothing better than morning wood.
clearly
He loves
they're
it. He loves it.
thinking being. I mean, they have a simple like thoughts. I'm gonna keep going on that, but like they don't do it all in one shot. They take breaks. They eat between. So it's like pretty cool animal. It's like the worker, like a worker beaver.
I don't suggest eating them because on any series of Alone where someone captures a beaver and eats it, they usually get their guts get fucked up and they tap out.
I've
It's
just
a big calorie
been,
base, but
I've just had to go off and do something, which I'll tell you about in a minute. And I've
okay.
come back
make
in.
sure you flush.
I've come back in, right? And all I'm hearing is don't eat beaver.
What did you just do?
Oh man! I'll tell you what I
It can
just
give you
did.
an
Right, I
upset
don't mind.
stomach, man.
I don't mean to tell you. I've had a few drinks. I've had a really nice smoke, right? And I don't know if you can relate to this, but I decided rather than disturb the family and go upstairs, right? And I've got a downstairs loo as well. But I decided to go outside into my garden, wander down, look at the stars, and I had a pee. And why is it so liberating to have a pee out in the fresh air? Why is that?
Because
it's
you're a
evolution.
man.
It's evolution.
It is, isn't it? It's
or
like,
creation. Either way,
and
it's refreshing.
and it's much more relaxed doing it that way than it is standing in front of a toilet. It's something primeval about it, I think. It was
Lee,
I just thought.
I
This
just
is a
want you to
weird thought.
understand, Lee.
When I
I
watch
want
this back, I'm going to be so embarrassed, right? But it was just so satisfying to have a pee outside in the garden.
Lee, I just want you to understand.
Yeah.
It can be very detrimental to survival to eat beaver.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Lee, I go outside here probably 4 to 5 times a night to do the
Yeah.
same thing.
Me too.
It's normal here. And the way I look at it too, if it's yellow, just let it mellow. You don't need to go to the toilet wherever
Yeah,
it's
too right.
you're
then
saving
another
like
thing.
1.2 gallons per flush on toilet water.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, I'm saving water. I'm doing my part for the environment.
I mean, I try to live by the mantra, like you don't have to flush right away if it's just pee in the toilet, but
Yeah.
like
Depends
women
on how the wife feels
women
about that
prefer
one.
the clean, toilet to be flushed. Like
Yeah,
bunch
I
of
don't.
dudes will piss like 19 times in the thing before it gets flushed.
I don't like it personally. My daughter does that. I'm always telling her off. She'll have a pee, and then I might go later to have a pee, and then there's pee in the loo already, and a bit of toilet paper, of course. 'cause
That's
she's got-
okay.
No, that really annoys me. I tell her, I'm like, will you please? It costs
come
nothing
on,
to
bro.
flush it. Just, I don't want to see that when I go for a pee that you've already peed in it. There's some toilet
It
paper.
gives you
in there.
something to aim for. Just
No.
Yeah,
you kind of motorboat that thing around, you know, get it
Or
going.
you're trying to destroy, once the toilet paper's been soaking a while, you destroy it. You're trying to
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I am with
Septic.
I am with Aphid on that. Yeah, I do that actually.
I mean, that's the thing. You're conserving more water. Just stick to the driveway. And if you don't like to see their, your driveway, what do you call it? A garden?
No, driveway, and then you've got your garden at the back of your house usually. So,
All right. Is it an actual garden or is that just the terminology?
no, yeah, it's a garden. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a flower garden. There's usually stuff growing in it, even if it's not food.
What do you have grown in there? Some morning glories?
There's a few trees. There's a few trees, and there's hedges, and there's like
tons of marijuana.
I think
garden.
His garden is his backyard. Basically.
Yes, that's what you would call it.
Yeah.
And then the second thing, if I'm going to go into complete detail, right? I finished my pee, which was very liberating, and then I decided, oh shit, the battery on the computer is going, it's low. That's all right. I get the extension cable. I know where it is. I go into the cupboard and I get it. And as I pull it, why is it? You couldn't do this if you were offered $1 million, right? It manages to wrap itself around 5 or 6 other fucking things, and you're like, for goodness, I just want it to come out of the cupboard, but it seems to be able to. It's like the wires when you shut the door seem to interlink and wind like snakes and integrate with each other.
It's based on Murphy's law.
Which is what?
Anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Yeah, and then I was like trying to pull that out without making noise, and I'm like, oh, for goodness sakes. Anyway, there's my little rant for the night. Just unreal.
That's good.
I mean, I think this show could use a little more piss talk,
All right, piss talk. No talk.
I think there's enough sausage.
Aphid, we were talking a couple of weeks ago about what happens when you get older and stuff, and I'm getting into a position now, right, where I have a pee, and then I think I finished, right?
Yeah.
And then I realized, no, I actually need to do a bit more, and that is really beginning to. It's having a bit of a profound effect on me because I'm realizing I'm getting old.
Are you sometimes not realizing that until you've already tucked it away and
zipped
up your pants?
I'm chucking it back into my boxer shorts, right? And then I'm thinking, oh shit, I get this sensation.
It's dribbling down your leg.
Yeah, it's not dribbling.
Aphid, I'm 50 fucking 4.
I know, dude. I'm 52. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Jesus.
I'm 51.
No, you're 52.
I'm 50. I think I'm 51. Yeah, I've got to be 52.
And then if we're going to take it to the extreme, there was a guy that lived across the road from me, a lovely guy called Ken, who had some great stories to tell because, he finally died. I went to his funeral. He was 97. So I met him when he was about 86, and he lived on his own. And once every couple of weeks, I go over and we drink some whiskeys and watch the football together. A really nice guy. But the one problem he had, and I thought to myself, oh my God, I hope this never, ever happens to me, because I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this if it did. He couldn't empty his bladder. So he had to put a catheter down his penis to empty his bladder completely. Otherwise, it would cause him pain. And I just thought, oh my God, can you imagine doing that? I mean, I don't know if you use the same jargon, but the hole at the end of penis we call the Jap's eye, which is like it's an English thing. And it's like, imagine putting a little plastic tube down that into your bladder, right? And to empty it. And I'm thinking, whatever God does to me, please don't let me do that, please.
Oh, it's not that bad.
A catheter? Are you talking about a catheter?
Yeah.
It's all about them, man.
Catheter sucks, dude.
I mean, it's not something you choose to do. But
yeah, in case you were ever wondering why I'm so pretty, I put my face through a fucking windshield about 28 years ago.
Wow.
in the time of the following up of that injury, one of the most memorable things was the insertion of the catheter and the removal of the catheter. And it sucks, dude.
Well,
Shit.
the insertion is worse than the removal, of course.
The nurse, I'll tell you, a nurse with bedside manner when they're doing that helps, because this one was one of the funniest people on earth. So
Steve,
funny, you know,
what's
Thank
the
God.
whole? What's
if
the
it
whole?
was a big dude who looked like me giving me a catheter, would have been 10 times fucking worse.
Yeah.
But Steve, what's the whole story then? What happened?
Nothing. I was fine.
What you had? Yeah, but you had a car. Was it a car? It was a car accident. I take it. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Holy shit! So tell us about the car accident. What happened?
Maybe
I
he
had
doesn't
about
drink.
40 miles to drive. And in the last mile before I got to my place, I was
Oh my
very
God.
tired.
Yeah.
I drove into a telephone pole going about 38 miles an hour.
Oh man!
Actually, you can probably, there's scars on my eyelids because I hit the.
Yeah, I never even noticed your face is all fucked up, dude.
I was asleep, so when I hit the windshield, my eyes were closed. I had just fallen asleep
Jesus.
at the wheel. I was sober. I never got charged with anything. It was just dumb. I woke up super early that day, and I stayed up late hanging with some friends, and
Steve, you hadn't
I
had a
had to
smoke.
drive 40 miles to get home and just fucking fell asleep.
You hadn't had a smoke, had you, Steve?
What?
Had you had a smoke?
Honestly, I was sober at the time.
Oh, that's good then. Cool.
I was never charged with anything.
I'd love to judge you, but I did drive once where I fell asleep a couple times on the drive.
It happens a lot to me, dude.
I fell asleep. I was.
It was just
I
a
got
miracle that I didn't get in an accident, right?
I got my first titty. That was the night that I got my first titty. I had a Trans Am, just like
Smokey?
Yeah, just like Smokey. The T-tops were off. It was cold. It was, I'd been with this girl in the front of, I was like, I don't know, 18 probably, in front of her house for like 3 hours, and it was like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I totally felt. The next day, I remember I got it because I hit the hospital sign, the H, it was just the post,
Oh my God!
and nobody was around, so I just hightailed it out of there. But the next day, I was like,
Did you try to quickly stand the sign back?
No. I just took the fuck off. But the next day, I went back to make sure there was nobody laying in the side of the road or something, because I was like, when I got home, it was bothering me. I was like, man, what if I hit somebody or something?
You had a real good chance of this being one of those stories where, and first responders saw the driver return to the scene the next morning, driving by with a dent in the front of his car.
There was.
But you made it just like me. It happened.
You're saying that it bothered you, but not enough to not go to bed that night and wake up the next morning and then go check.
Right. Well,
yeah.
Dude had to stay innocent.
Right.
When I did this, it was the day after my kids were born. I had twin girls, and it was a long labor.
I can imagine.
And I was up all night, and I wanted to. My wife was going to be spending the day in the hospital, and the kids were in some sort of an incubator or whatever you call it, something.
Yeah.
And I was exhausted, and I wanted to get home and sleep in my own bed, and then come back. And I was just too tired to drive. I shouldn't have driven, and I didn't. I thought I could make it, and I did ultimately make it, but I fell asleep a couple times along the way.
Driving
Or
at a light?
No. Driving on the highway.
Oh, that's
on Route 50. RW knows it.
Oof.
That's scary. I mean, I've even in recent years gotten a little dozy at a light when the light turns green and people are beeping behind you. I'm like, whoa. And this is on the way home from work. It's just I guess it probably just don't sleep enough,
Mm.
It builds up over days.
Yeah.
It's like
I remember I was I came home for Christmas because I lived in France for a year, and when I went back in the daytime, the fog was so immense; it was unreal. You couldn't really see in front of you. But the alternator had gone on my car, so I couldn't put the lights on. So I pulled into a truck stop and decided I'd try and get some sleep. It was freezing though. I mean, I was in the car and I was just so cold, even with the heater on and running the car. And then like night came and it was like, oh geez. No, I think it was the next morning actually. Yeah. And then I decided to leave and I was so tired, but it was still like a really overcast day, dark day, fog was still around. I thought I'll risk it. And I remember seeing some lights because in France, although you've got your motorways, even the country, like the country roads in the UK, I think you might have experienced it last dance because you've been here. They're quite windy and this, that, and the other. So
Yeah.
it kind of keeps you alert. But in France, even the country roads are straight.
Huh.
And it's monotonous. And I remember seeing some lights, and I became so paranoid because I was so tired. I couldn't work out if I was on the right side of the road. And the closer and closer this car was coming with its lights on, I was thinking, am I? Anyway, the paranoia got to me so much that I ended up swerving into a ditch. But I mean, luckily, I got back out of it, luckily. But yeah, that's the closest I've come. I did have an experience actually driving from where I live to a place called Swindon. And this is really bad, right? And once again, another foggy day. And there was like a council van in front of me. These people go out and do council work in the county and stuff, putting out cones or signs and this, that, and the other.
Like Jehovah's Witnesses or something?
Yeah, no.
Well, no, they're just like workers that look like sort of help
Just
out.
as useful.
And then, and it was so foggy. I was right on their tail because I was really late for work. And so I was speeding and they were frustrating me because they were going like, taking their time to get to their job. And they waved me to say, like, come, you can overtake. And they were laughing their heads off because as I pulled out, there was a lorry coming the other way. I mean, they could have fucking killed me. As it was, I did end up in a ditch then and smashed the car up. So they had to come and get me. But I always remember these guys like laughing as I was pulling the wheel in a lorry coming the other way. I mean, I missed death by about a few feet. And I just thought,
that's a crime. They
Yeah.
endangered you, man.
Yeah, they could have killed me easily.
I'll share something that haunts me.
Yeah.
Let me get a beer first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really want to hear this.
I'm gonna go pee then.
Yeah, let's all have a urination break.
Go outside, it's liberating.
I already had my
Get
break.
it out right now, buddy.
Damn, I can clear a room. Oh, fuck it.
UK regularly, or is it like just 2 or 3?
Like, RW speaking again. Let's take a break. I try not to give that energy to anybody, but sometimes I do give the energy out. Like, oh, this is my chance to not listen.
Well, the funniest was when Shuley was here and you said, can you tell me what you think about the change in media? And he just left.
I was disappointed in that.
I know, because he definitely has a valuable perspective, but he wasn't interested in something serious, so he disappeared.
RW, where do you live again? Is it Alaska?
No, North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina, right. Okay.
Eastern Central.
Yeah.
We've missed out on a lot of the storms, but still got clipped a couple times, so we got snow this season.
Did you? Yeah.
Supposed to get snow tomorrow morning here.
Yeah, I believe so. Also here, unknown, but it looks ugly. The boys got the sled this year though, so it was fun to watch them get into that. Australian boys don't get that too often.
Oh yeah, got probably got some good hills.
Oh yeah. Problem is the bottom of those hills have vents, like different types of hog mesh and stuff, and
well, that'll stop them.
Well, man, my youngest screwed himself up pretty good because he won't bail. He just dedicates. And he took his chin out. He's a strong kid, and when I saw him crawling up the hill, I knew something was wrong. So yeah,
he's okay. I hope ultimately.
What happened?
He actually got rid of another scar by
crawling up the hill. What the hell did I miss? This sounds incredible.
My youngest son, got the sled this year, but he won't.
Oh, you
bail.
told us. Yeah, you told us this last week. Yeah, he slid into the fence or something, didn't
Yeah.
Is
it's
he
just-
okay, the little guy?
Oh, he's more than fine. It's just
Good.
it was surprising. So the haunting story is, and this relates to the advice I gave Lee. I was driving back from work, not very long, but there's a beautiful woman that was jogging. And so, you're driving straight forward and you look over for a split. I wasn't like staring at this woman. I just looked at her. I was like, oh, sweet. And then I look back and there's a school crosswalk. And these kids were just starting to go across. And I didn't hit the kids. I came to a stop, but the feeling in me of what could have possibly just happened has haunted me since then. Like just that one split second to decide to be selfish, and I just killed kids. It messes with me.
My best mate was, and once again, because of where I'm from, Last Dance Will Know was in Cheltenham, which Last Dance knows, and he saw what he described as the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. To the degree that he went down the road, came to the roundabout, and turned around because he wanted to see her again. And as he turned around the roundabout and came back down the road, he said in front of him was a bunch of squaddies in the back of an army truck. And he saw her coming down the path, watching her. And he said, I couldn't take my eyes. I mean, he said, this is like the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And what he didn't realize is the truck stopped in front of him and he ran right into the back of it.
Too many witnesses. Not good.
Yeah, because all the squaddies were laughing at him because they knew what he was doing, and they were all taking the
perfect
piss.
crowd, though.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, back in college, I bought
Thanks, Smoke Wife. I'm gonna share something.
Go on.
It just went dark. Holy shit! TikTok is gone.
Is it gone?
She says
Where
it is. She knows.
Where is it midnight?
She's LinkedIn.
Oh, I guess I can't. Can I share it, or do I have to restart Chrome? Yeah, I got to restart Chrome, so I can't share it. Unless you want to let me restart it, I'd come out and in.
No, don't do it.
Okay.
Well, back in college, me and my college buddy, you guys have all seen the picture I share on occasion. I can share it again right now. He's given me permission.
You can give me the link or send the link to someone else if you want, Dan, so we can get it on the screen for you.
Just TikTok.com.
Oh, is it like some?
That's him right
that's
there.
Definitely not TikTok.com.
That's his buddy.
We were driving at UMass Amherst, and basically, what the hell did I do? I can't get rid of it now. What the fuck? We had just done what we were doing in this picture right here.
Yeah.
And what is this thing in the middle of the screen? And
that's TikTok.
We were driving my LTD 5.0, which was like a Grand Marquis, but it was the cop version with the Mustang engine in it, aphid lip. It was fast as hell. I could get that thing sideways on turns. It was great. And he gave me a handful of sunflower seeds. And I was like, holy shit, dude, look at this sunflower seed. I'm driving. And like 20 students were in the crosswalk in front of me. He's like, dude, look out. I mean, we were 19. We were idiots. And I hammered the brakes. The car went at about a 45-degree slide and stopped. And everybody in the crosswalk was at an alert, ready to dive to the side position. And all I could do as a driver was wave.
Check out these guys.
Sorry, my bad. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm driving this gargantuan, like the biggest sedan ever down the road.
Driver.
Looking at a handful of sunflower seeds.
Yeah, man, I feel you, dude.
Yeah, I was young. I was dumb. But what are you gonna do? I didn't kill him.
How often does that haunt you? How often does that come back and just randomly
The photograph of that in my head will never be gone. I'm seeing those people scared for their life. And I remember the screaming of the tires as I slammed on the brakes. It was so fucking loud.
Did you have flatties on the way?
Shit out of these people, dude.
Did you burn flats on your tires so the rest of your drive was like?
No, it wasn't that bad.
Okay. We had to stop
wouldn't
on
have noticed
the
anyways.
Bay Bridge with a boat, and the truck had to slide with the boat so far that it flattened the bottoms of the tires, new tires. And for the rest of the trip to the Eastern Shore, we're just like, it's
the trailer was pushing the vehicle the way. That's common. That
was scary. There's some dumb drivers out there, dude. I remember my dad was driving, and he's pulling the boat, and they're getting to the Bay Bridge to pay to come to a funnel to get on the Bay Bridge. People are jerks there, can be. This lady pulls in between my dad and the boat, and is getting out and explaining to him how she has right of way. And Dad's like, I'm connected to the vehicle. Like, it's the same vehicle.
I want to get between you and the boat.
How do you argue that?
Zipper merge.
I mean, you know what's a funny thing I've noticed when somebody with a trailer pulls up next to you, if you're trying to merge in with them and you didn't see the trailer in your mirror, it's not that hard to merge into the trailer.
Yeah,
far out, man.
If you're driving, like, you got to be aware of that, because sometimes trailers can be low and you don't even really see them.
Yeah. Well, you make an assumption. You see the car and you just assume it's going to end at the back of the car, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Assumption driving can't be in the manual. That can't be.
It's just built into your brain.
Especially when it's one of those, like a generator or a low boy that has some, like, a flat thing on it that you can't see above the profile of the vehicle.
Yeah. I had an experience once again at a roundabout where I was in Bristol at the time, and it was a Range Rover with I mean, looking back, I don't even know if it was legal, but he had such a long tow bar off the back of the car. So as I came to the roundabout, you look right and you're looking more like what's coming. So, and I presumed he'd gone, and I accelerated and obviously turned my face to, and I was still quite a bit, I don't know, a couple of feet away from the car, but it's because his tow bar was there. I went right into the bloody back of it, smashed the whole of the front of the car up. Gutted.
I just wanted to share something real quick with the group. I pay a lot of attention to church state stuff. I know people don't agree with me, but in Germany, they either passed a law or are trying to pass a law, and I put the link in back chat, where the robots have to take off Sunday rest.
Yes.
So blue laws for the robots. And that blows my mind that that's even legislation.
Wait, what's the Sabbath day?
That's the
Sunday,
7th, not the 1st. No.
Oh.
Some people call Saturday the Sabbath.
Yeah. Saturnus is now the modern Gregorian day for that. But I just thought, like, why are people trying to get robots to not like that's so extreme.
I would be interested to hear the rationale for that.
Woke bots.
You being robot racist here? They're entitled to breaks as well. Stop it.
I am a robot racist.
I mean, Tesla is, from my understanding, Tesla is meant to release home use butler bots or whatever they're called this year. So home consumption is happening 2025.
Wow.
And if this legislation is happening where, like, robots will just, like, sit in their room on Sunday in Germany, that's weird.
And study the Lord.
I don't know.
So will they hang out and chat? Like, could I have one here in the pub that would be like chilling and drinking and smoking and shit?
I mean, I don't see how that. I mean,
it's coming.
That's a very loaded question. I don't think that would be against the can't work law.
Well, I mean,
is it going to be a female robot though, or a male?
Those are very expensive. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, that depends on what you want, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you've got the
you know what I want.
Whatever you want, man.
I wonder how many robots are going to commit suicide.
Well, you know, like as Lee just alluded to, it's going to be a sex thing immediately.
How many
Yeah,
robots
there's
are going
already
to cause
people that are
divorces?
creating.
You know, if robots could commit
$100,000 use
suicide, they
like
could
that.
commit murder. So I hope none.
Say
I
again.
mean-
If they can commit suicide, they can commit murder. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a whole new ball game, man.
Yeah.
I the whole concept of hijacking a robot and killing someone with it, though, that's not far fetched.
Not at all.
Well, that's
So-
what they do with drones. A drone is a
Right.
robot.
Yeah.
So you
that's
basically
right.
infiltrate your house with an assassin.
What was the rules with the iRobot? Wasn't it something that you couldn't harm a human or something? There was like
Yes.
3 rules.
Yeah, there's 3 laws.
Asimov's rules of robotics, right?
Yeah, well, they overrode that one real quick over in Ukraine because those fuckers are
You're
killing
right.
people every
There is no law.
minute. I mean,
Do what thou willst is the whole of the law, Mr. Robot.
Exactly.
I mean, at this point, they could put a pretty lethal charge in like a half-pound drone.
You showed us the thermite charges, or someone did a month ago or so, maybe more.
And the phones.
No, not the phone. Yeah, the phone thing was crazy.
That was
beeper.
crazy. Yeah, that was amazing.
I mean,
Unreal.
actually, 60 Minutes, or I think it might have been CBS Sunday Morning. One of them did a pretty good story on
It was 60 Minutes, I believe. I didn't see it though.
I did, and they also had already placed bombs in some of the walkie-talkies, but a lot of them hadn't been used, so they decided to do this beeper thing, and then they did the beeper thing, and that really created havoc in Hamas. Hamas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
Okay.
And then
right.
in some of the mourning ceremonies for people who were actually killed by the beeper thing, they set off the fucking walkie-talkies. It was a smaller amount of people that had them, but they actually killed a bunch more people. Like, this thing was pretty devastating.
Yeah.
That
To
went
the
to the memory
military.
hole pretty fast, though, right?
I don't think so. You know, is it true that Iran's military has been severely weakened by Israel? Last answer.
I don't
That
see
sounds
how.
surprising.
I don't see how either. No.
Just from
I think Iran's done a good job in trying to keep out of everything, to be honest. I mean, it's had to do a couple of things, but it's given the US and UK and probably other countries, we know that they've given us warnings like, you know, this is the flight path, but they've got to be seen to be doing something rather than lose face. But I don't think it's
Well,
ruined
Iran
them.
has been weakened. I don't know about the military, but because Syria fell, Iran has been cut off from Syria and from Lebanon, or at least it's a lot harder now to get there.
Yeah.
What is the relation to Turkey?
Not good.
Not good. Okay.
You don't want to mess with the Turks. Do you know, I think their combined army would outnumber the whole of the European forces. It's phenomenal amount of army. Turkey. Aragon.
really?
Watching something last week, I think I talked to these guys already about it. But I believe Trump said something along the lines of Turkey's military is extremely strong and no one talks about it, basically.
Yeah, it's true. It is true.
That's good. What is your military add up to there, Lee? Your Royal Marines or whatever the fuck you call
It's
them.
not good. I mean, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, went to see, I think, Zelensky yesterday or the day before.
Yes,
and sign an act to say we're going to have 100 years of friendship. And then when we were talking earlier on about the fact that there could be peacekeeper, you know, an army that's peacekeepers on the border of once they sort the Ukraine situation out, and then it's come out in the news today. Well, how is he going to do that? Because
what is the value of 100-year offer of friendship?
Hold on. Last chance. One more pour. One more pour.
No, I think I'm done.
I saw you looking at the glass. You were thinking, boy,
I know this is. If I go one more, I'll regret it. So I won't go one more.
no
think
regrets.
That's wisdom talking, bro.
the
No
latest
regrets, some more. Go ahead, Lee.
The latest figures for the UK Army, I don't think I'm wrong in saying it's around about a full serviceman. It's 75,000. It's absolutely, and there's they're reducing costs in our defence. So those people that are in charge of defence are jumping up and down, going, we can't really defend ourselves. The spending that is just isn't there. It's just unreal.
Huh.
So. Keir Starmer makes him once again. He's becoming the worst prime minister ever. I don't know whether there's an agenda behind that, but usually when a government comes into power here, they have a little bit of a honeymoon period where they can turn around and go, "We're trying to sort problems out because of the last government because they did such a bad job." But it's not. The UK public aren't buying it this time because they're like, hang on a minute, you haven't been in power for 14 years. So how come you haven't got a plan? Because he seems to be grabbing at everything because the economy's not growing, inflation's going up. They're having a real bad
Man, that
time.
sounds familiar, dude.
Yeah, and like I said, when you haven't been in power for 14 years and you're promoting the fact that if you vote for us, we've got the answers, and they've come into power and they haven't. The whole situation in the country is hopeless at the moment. It really is.
If they truly have the drive to make change for what they believe is better, I mean, good for them. Good for them. But if they get blocked by all the committees and everything and it doesn't make an ounce of difference, I mean, yay.
And the funny thing is, going back right to the beginning of the evening when we were talking about whether you're a Trump supporter or a Biden supporter, whatever, when you step right outside the box, because you're probably going to defend what you believe in, whether who should be the right person to run the country. When you the one thing I'm beginning to realise, and especially really, really relevant in your country, I think, and ours, when you step right outside the box and look at it, there's no real difference between them. It's whoever the electorate decide that maybe they're both devils, but we think this is the better one, especially in this country anyway. And you just get the feeling that they're all as bad as each other at the end of the day.
Hey, wait, let me ask you this: is there gonna be anyone on our side or your side that's going to be ever loved by everybody, or has that train sailed? Has that ship sailed? Are we never going to see a candidate that people love?
Are you referring to
it might come at some point, but you just always get the feeling, even though we voted in a new government, they're now proving to be, in such a short space of time, just the same as the other. There's no really difference between them. And the sad thing is, and it's probably the same ultimately with your politics, politicians used to get into power because they wanted to make a difference. They wanted to improve the country and the lives of the people, this, that, and the other. They all seem to be out for themselves. It's not about that anymore. And also, we also know that they're controlled by corporate companies to promote, they want to make money, this, that, and the other. They've all been bought. And it's like no one's out there that's making a real difference. The only person, I'll probably get criticized for that, who's this, but the only person who seems to be talking any sense in this country at the moment, who's made massive gains in the polls, is Nigel Farage with the Reform Party. He's like,
you know what? I just want to add, I just started following him after I saw a speech that he made.
Yeah.
Because not that I necessarily agree with everything he says.
True.
I follow interesting people. I don't care if I agree with them or not.
Yeah.
I want to read what they say. I find it to be introspective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Too right.
Is he liked or disliked in your country?
He's liked by a big group of people that ultimately get accused of being racist or right wing or this, that, and the other. But the thing is, a bit like Trump, really, with your last with his election, is that there's a big undercurrent where people don't want to necessarily say they believe in him, but when it comes to going to the voting box, they'll probably vote for him. Yeah, but they don't want any hassle from anybody going, what do you mean?
They don't want to lose their social credit score?
Yeah, to a degree, yeah. The latest polls are that Labour at 24%, I think he's equal with them. And then the shocking thing is like Conservatives are like 22% or 20%. So he has made major grounds. He really is. And people are beginning to tune into him and thinking, yeah, I like what he's saying. And you're quite right, Steve. He's not, he's a bit of a, he's not quite Trump, but he's kind of he's set in the same molds,
Yeah, and I'm not even a Trump fan. It's just that I like that he had the audacity to stand up for just like British citizens.
Yes.
That seems like such a far-fetched thing in your government now, that when somebody actually says something to stand up for their own voters, for their own citizens, it's like, wow, okay, now we have somebody to look forward to here. Like, what the fuck, man? What is wrong with these fucking people?
Who is this person you're talking about?
Nigel Farage.
Sounds fancy.
So he was a guy that he managed to get onto the European Parliament as their group. And he really, if you watch Nigel Farage European government debates, you'll watch some amazing things. He pulled them he pulled them right up and was asking questions about the expenditure in Europe and this, that, and the other. And they hated him, but his speeches when he was in the European Parliament are absolutely phenomenal to watch. And then he's then gone on to enter British politics. He's in Parliament with the Reform Party, and he is gaining more and more support as time goes on. There is no doubt about it.
Is his speech style the exact same every single time?
No, so it might be that the European Commission, the European government decide that they're going to do this, that, they'll award money and stuff, and he would question them about it and put them to task as to why are you doing this and why are we contributing so much money as a nation, but we're not getting anything back.
He would stay current and challenge current things instead of the same rhetoric. That's
absolutely cool. And the thing I found sometimes embarrassing is that he would stand up to talk, and you've got the equivalent of the French minister, the Italian minister at times, and they would be in the background like pulling faces, like, "Oh, here we go," and this. That. But the thing is, the things he was saying was that they had to be accountable for what they were doing, and they didn't like it. I mean, the one thing you don't see is that the reason why Brexit won is that we were fed up that people were making decisions about our country, things that we had to do, and we hadn't even voted for them. These were people that were sat in Europe and making decisions about our country. And it's a bit like a Trump situation. 50% of the country were going, well, there are advantages to being in the European community. And there was 50% of people going, well, actually, no, there isn't. And if it wasn't for Nigel Farage, there's no doubt about it, and Boris Johnson at the time, by the way, they managed to get us across the line and leave Europe. So
one thing that Aphid wasn't able to finish earlier was when I was asking about how much Trump would change or make America for the better, and we were talking about percentages. And I made a comment saying that he's already changed things before he's even president, and then you were going to respond to that. Do you remember that?
Oh, shoot. I got to answer this.
All right, let's go, Aphid. You're on the chopping block.
Go for it.
On the phone.
Oh, he actually
had a phone call. I'm good at that, dude. Who else can we get in here that I can ask some questions to?
I gotta go, RW.
Oh, fucking hell.
I thought he said when I have to answer this, I thought he was talking to you, but
no,
I'm back of the bus.
Phone was ringing.
No. Poor guy. All right. I hope our brother isn't grabbing some bad info or bad information.
He's
all
looking
praise.
Biden had this insane farewell speech.
Please share. Yeah, you didn't get to share that either.
No, but one of the things he took credit for was the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas.
How did he take credit for it?
He said it was the result of him and his team working for 8 months, even though everybody knows that it was Trump who made this happen. And even his own State Department said that the only movement that occurred was from Trump's guy that he sent.
See, this is a double-edged
negotiate
sword.
with Netanyahu.
You know, the interesting thing about that Last Dance is that even though what you just said is true, I bet you like 50 million Americans think otherwise.
Probably. Because
You
Biden
know
said it
I'm
was
right.
him.
Exactly.
There were
At least
people.
50 million. And your statement here is true, but only 11 people see it.
Yeah.
Did you see the?
That
And
reaches
that's
more than
how
you think,
that's
Steve.
how it goes with exposure, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Did you see the interview with two? I think they were CIA agents talking about Trump. They're being interviewed, and they said that when he was president, he met the leader of the Taliban, and his safety was ensured. And Trump entered the room, sat down with him, and said, "If there is a hair on a Marine or whatever so in Afghanistan that's hurt, whilst I'm in power, I will." He turned around and said to the Taliban, "I will kill you." And with that, he reached into his pocket. This is them describing the meeting, right? So whether it's propaganda, I don't know. Reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a photo and placed it in front of the Taliban leader and said, "This is where you live. And I know where your brothers live and your sisters live and everything. So if you harm an American soldier in Afghanistan, I will find you and I will kill you." And with that, they said he got up and walked out. He said for 18 months there wasn't one American soldier injured. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But they were being interviewed and saying, you know, this is what the guy's like. You know, he's like,
Sounds like a script from the movie Taken, though. It's too similar.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. But I just thought if that's true, then I think, yeah, fair play to him. So,
yeah, I mean, as much as that sounds good, I mean, I think it's probably not true, but it's impossible to say.
one thing that is true that we've seen, you must have seen this. I mean, he has turned around. It made news here. It was like major news that night on BBC. It's like, oh, Trump has turned around and said that if they don't release the hostages and make a peace deal, holy hell will be released within the Middle East. All hell, sorry, will be. You know, I like that attitude. You know, do you know what I mean? Just to fucking do as you're told, and let's get this sorted out. Otherwise, I'll release the forces that we've got.
Yeah, but I don't know about that. He's talking about this thing between Israel and Palestine and Hamas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to fucking be all hell of what fucking U.S. military blasting in, like guns blazing. Hell no, dude. All set. Hostages can stay where they are. Not our fucking game, bro.
The reason I
not
that,
our fucking game.
There are a couple American citizens amongst the hostages.
I don't agree with the decision.
You want to send in SEAL Team 6 for that Last Dance?
No, definitely not.
Is it better for a leader to make a decision
3.5
or to not make a decision?
3.5. All right, they're still good. I mean,
yeah, but I see it as strong leadership. It's like, you know, you don't muck around with us. I'm telling you, sort this out, get it done, and if you don't, then you're going to pay the consequences. And I think those sort of people, kind of, that's how you communicate with them. That's what they listen to. In that
same quote you're talking about, he said that it wouldn't be good for anybody.
Right. Okay.
So he knew that it would be a shitstorm. But at the same time, it's a
I would be very careful.
I don't know. I think it's more valuable for a leader to make a decision, even if it's a bad one, that makes him look crazy, if that's what it is needed to deter something. Because if we have a leader that's not going to do anything and they know that, then who fucking cares?
Well, I think he would, though. I think he would.
You know, this whole Trump thing is going to be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be intense.
It is.
Yeah, different intense than the last 4 years.
I mean, like we were talking earlier, the sheer fact that they've released this, that they're going to be on an ICE raid in Chicago, like, Aren't all the fucking illegals gone from Chicago by now? We've known since yesterday.
The only way that makes sense based on how Trump did military stuff before was not telling people in advance he was going to attack is that it's a distraction for some other thing. That's the only way it makes sense to me, because if they're literally that stupid, then that's really painful to watch.
I think it's a complete and total just publicity stunt, man. Has to be.
It's making a lot of noise. I don't know how it affects the entire picture, but when you talk about a butterfly effect, that's a big one.
I don't know whether sometimes he's a bit cleverer than that. I just think maybe he likes to throw world leaders curveballs, keep them so they can't judge him, they can't read him, and that gives you a real advantage.
Interesting.
I think it does.
Who says down the bottom? We got 3 extra people trying to join in.
All at the same time.
Ronnie McNutt.
I'd be
Ronnie
very
McNutt. Ronnie McNutt and Floyd Snow.
It's the same.
I'd be extremely
It's the
cautious.
same. It's Crinkle.
Because Crinkle's attention span is way longer than I ever thought possible, and he has nothing better to do.
Yeah, and that thing earlier was weird. The guy actually chatted with us for a while.
Yeah, that was well weird.
And he decided to burn us. I mean, I
It's a
try
longer
to be
game.
nice. I try to send the love, you know, and I get burned, man. It's like, how do you the fuck?
There was also a good article in one of our what I call a broadsheet, not a tabloid, which is sort of more respected newspaper, saying that Trump is loving the fact that, and also it's good from a psychological point of view that you've got Elon Musk. Oh, who's the other guy? Is it Bannon or whatever? What's his name? Oh,
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. One of the guys that are like really loyal to him and stuff. The internal fighting going on, but it's a really advantageous, should I say, to Trump because they're all trying to win his favor, and that keeps divide and conquer sort of situation, keeping control of them all, which I thought was a really interesting article. So he's kind of loving it that maybe Elon Musk is falling out with people within it that are chosen by him to help run the country, this, that, and the other. So like I say, I just think he's a bit more clever than sometimes we think. We might think he's doing something a bit strange and weird and disagree with him, but I think there's a plan behind it. So just another question, right, to you guys, with you being obviously in the in America, is that do you think, let's say Trump did really well? Here's a scenario. Let's say he did really well. Everybody sort of starts thinking, well, actually, maybe he wasn't so bad. He's delivered on what he said. We're all happy. We're better off. Do you think that then, because he's not going to run for the next election, surely he'd be too old for that, yeah? But do you think
he can't do it?
Yeah, he can't do it. Do you think it would be trying to create, though, like, is there a possibility of a dynasty like the Kennedys, where maybe a family member will run next if he does a good job?
Like
I would say yes, but you know what? The only one who could do it, and there is only one, and it's his daughter.
Yes, I think that she could be the first female president.
Calm down, Lee.
No, I do.
Yvonne, not Ka.
Isn't it Ivanka? Isn't that his daughter?
Ivanka.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't be some kind of fucking name correctioner.
We only try and help.
I caught you.
Whatever the fuck her name is, that tasty cake should be president. No, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, it ain't gonna be those dopey fucking sons. Those guys ain't gonna pull it off. It's just her, or the Republicans have to go in a different direction. That's my thought.
That'd be really
Democrats have a lot of work to do too, but there's a lot there in the farm for them to pick to.
What's the situation as well with the right? So Biden's coming to the end. Kamala's finished. Is there anybody else that's in the wings?
Big Mike.
Fresh start.
Big Mike, dude. I want to get some Big Mike in the.
Now let's not do that. We're not those people.
I'm that person.
You're willing to sit here and tell me that you think that Michelle Obama is a man.
I have seen images that make me not so sure that she is what she is.
So
that's
where do
fine.
you think his daughters come from?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a hard one though?
That's not. You can't think about the logistical things of something like that. You gotta
yeah.
just
I can
I
just
only
go
know
with
is-
it. Come on.
I understand that a man and a woman can make a baby, but
See, this
for you to
particular
fabricate a
part-
family doesn't seem too hard.
See,
You
I
know what?
agree with being anti Barack Obama, but this particular section of attacking his wife
It's
and
very
calling
low.
her a
Why
man,
isn't it
that doesn't compute for me to like attacking him as a politician. I don't really get it, and I never understood it. Is it just another level to insult the guy because you hate
I
him?
don't care about Barack Obama. I honestly don't care about the man. I'm not attacking him at all. I think it's
I
funny
mean,
that his
all
wife may be a
women
man.
aren't going to be demure little tiny things.
I would say that his daughters look a lot like Michelle. So that's, I don't know why it's considered I've
Like, what have you seen that makes you think that it's a possibility?
The
I mean, she looks like a
boyfriend that he used
woman.
to have. The picture of that
I think
dude. That
she
looks a
might
lot
be a
like Michelle.
robust woman with big shoulders and arms.
Hey man,
But like women some women are built like
I'm
that.
vouching for the presidency here. Damn.
Well, I
Some
want to know
women are
what.
built like that. That's not unusual to have like a stout woman who can handle herself, and
Yeah.
and
I like it.
What hap-
not manly.
What happens to someone like Kamala Harris now that is run for president? Lost it, and even Biden says, I think I would have won if it would have been me. What happens to her political career? Did she now bow out of politics? Or
No, governor of California.
Well,
right.
She'll be a-okay, buddy. Whether she's private or in the voted sector, she was well loved. People had a ton of enthusiasm behind her. I don't think she has any stains on her record per se.
Or
She'll
dress.
be fine. She'll be fine.
Yeah.
Dude, she'll make a 250 grand to fucking, read press releases,
Yeah.
Oh, please don't become the public. Oh no. No. You had a problem with what I was saying. Damn. Could you imagine Kamala Harris being the press secretary for 4 years? Oh.
No, I didn't say from the government. I just meant in more of in a private sector.
Yeah. CNN, NBC, whatever.
Could be.
I mean, Saki's popular, right?
Saki, yeah. Last Dance, that video you put from Reason was pretty funny that I saw recently.
Yeah, that wasn't bad at all.
I mean, I never knew those guys actually did anything but complain. So
Yeah, no,
That's
they're complaining on the video too.
they are right.
That's
But it was like production value. It wasn't
Right,
just
right.
an article,
Well,
You-
those two guys were pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. Not great. I mean,
No, I mean it's not Saturday Night Live.
Saturday
Which,
Night
by the way,
Live is horrible. So
Yeah,
I watched
I'm leaving.
Saturday
To,
Night Live.
I'm leaving to go see that in like 12 minutes because Dave Chappelle's gonna be on there.
Dave Chappelle's on tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I watched SNL last week, and I could not believe how bad it was. It had Martin Short and a lot of big shots.
Yeah, Martin Short, a solid comedian.
This was not funny at all. It was terrible.
Yeah, that sucks.
I was just surprised.
I'm curious, Last Dance. You said you got a new computer, right? Do you got your homepage for Reason all set up and everything? So when you flip that computer on, it goes straight to Reason.com.
It boots up to Reason, absolutely.
That's what I thought.
Reason homepage.
That's the one you pay for, right? For an unbiased.
He was like
average
getting it ready. He was like, okay, I got to get my priorities straight. Number 1 is get Reason all set up.
Right.
Number 2 was get ready for the pub tonight.
Exactly.
Reason is, I actually Google searched it. It's like a libertarian website. Kind of recognize
It's like the Libertarian Bible is what it is. Every libertarian I know,
It's
the
the atheist Bible.
the only links they share is from Reason. There was the Cato Institute was another one that they seem
Cato
to.
Kalin?
Yeah, right.
Last answer, you're really quite the lib.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm a libertarian.
Whatever.
You've never noticed that about Last Dance?
Yeah, he is. He's extremely lib. I'm so shocked.
The lib of StreamYard, libs of StreamYard.
Now you're telling me you're on this libertarian kick. No, it's not. I've always known. I can't act shocked. I don't do well with acting.
I like the libertarians, just I don't like their foreign policy. I don't agree with.
I do. I'm a libertarian all the way. All of a sudden, just turned it.
Yep.
Libertarians.
Reason.
Very, very fluid of you, Steve.
It's flipped. Right?
Flipped.
Right
What
on
is
10
what is
here.
the
all of
policy
a
that you
sudden.
don't like, Aphid?
They don't want to get involved with anything.
No, lack of war. That's what he really.
Exactly. Exactly.
War.
There's not enough blood.
Right. They don't. The world police is like the upside down cross to you.
If libertarians were in power, there would be an overload of blood still in people's bodies. We can't.
Yeah,
have that.
exactly. No, we cannot.
That
That would.
Don't worry, it's all tainted with mRNA now. It's okay.
Imagine the blood pressure. It would just be so much.
Right.
Our success would not be nearly as high as it is.
You're right.
Nothing relieves blood pressure like a bullet.
Exactly.
What do you guys think of James O'Keefe?
I don't know who that is.
He's the Project Veritas
guy that is ousted from Veritas.
Oh, I don't know. I never cared for the Project Veritas stuff.
I was never as impressed with his work as other people were.
You know who his wife is?
No.
Mrs. O'Keefe.
Jen Psaki.
No.
No.
Stop it.
No, it's not.
Well, somebody in that Project Veritas is. Yeah, you're right. I'm way off.
Oh, man.
That's a good rumor to start, though. I like it.
Ground zero just happened.
Yeah, I totally screwed the pooch on that one. Sorry, Jen Psaki. I retract my statement.
Do you guys when this story came out, it seems to be every time I'll get to the point, I promise, but just bear with me. Every time a story comes out from this particular couple, right, the British press then have something to say about another couple. The people that I'm talking about is that Prince Harry and Meghan were out and about consoling people to do with the fires. Obviously, in the US, in what's the state, California, isn't it? Now, as soon as that story was released, it made a little bit of traction, and then all of a sudden, Kate turns around and says, "Yeah, I have been suffering from cancer. I'm in remission." And that then blows Harry and Meghan's story to one side, and it's like, because obviously the British press do not like Harry and Meghan. Are Harry and Meghan actual news in the US, or
they report on it, but I would not say it's a big topic.
Right?
No, it's not.
Right,
but we do hear her name gets. But I mean, I would say almost as much as the rest, as much as what's her name with the cancer, that's not like, that's like everyday news or that's something we all care about either.
Yeah, Kate and William. Yeah.
I find her to be quite attractive, Kate.
Yeah, she's a
nice girl.
She seems good. She seems good.
She seems good.
I like them more than the other.
Beautiful,
the other two.
bro.
I like them more than the other two.
Yeah, Harry and David or whatever the fuck. Sorry.
Harry and Meghan are like, you know, the press and probably the general public just do not like them. You know, unfortunately, they're just not liked at all.
Is it more leaning towards her? Because that's kind of how I feel over here.
100%.
Yeah.
You can't shut. I said Harry and David.
Yeah, I know that was like the. That's
They
like the,
deliver like
Yeah.
pears and shit. That's
Yeah.
an actual company, right?
I like ham and cheese boxes or something. You get a little tub of mustard to spread on a cracker.
Harry and David. Fucking. I love it.
Yeah, they're not liked here whatsoever. True, right? So,
Well, don't they live in Canada?
oh, I thought they lived in America.
I thought they lived in America too.
Well, I think they moved to Canada, and I think they were staying at like one of Oprah's houses or something for a while.
Because
So you know
Trump-
what that goes
because Trump
from?
got
It goes
elected?
from
I
America.
don't know.
It goes from America to North America.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
They didn't go, get the whole thing up here. 3 countries. People forget that. You know, Mexico, Canada, U.S.
Well, once Canada becomes a state, then it'll all be North America.
Well, Mexico's just like a step to get up the stairs. It seems like nobody even acknowledges it for a country anymore. It's like halfway. You're halfway there. In fact, you keep going on your.
According to Grok, they live in California.
Okay.
Right.
Who we talking about again?
Harry
and Meghan.
Harry and David.
Harry and David.
Harry and David.
Best bears on the market. Crunch.
My wife used to
I mean,
get
for
them.
all the pomp and grandeur of a royal wedding in this country where everyone goes mental, it was so criticised. I think because of the fact that Meghan had introduced that there was a preacher, wasn't there, who decided to. It just wasn't British, and it just didn't start the wedding off in a great way, really. So, lots of people were so critical.
Supposedly, she's claiming that that somebody in the family didn't like her because she was going to have black babies or something.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's probably Prince Philip at the time because he was always putting his foot in it. Yeah, absolutely. So obviously he's passed away now, but yeah. But the sad thing was, it was embarrassing as well. I think when the sort of like evangelist came on, was doing his bit in was it Windsor they got married? I can't remember now. But
it was definitely Windsor.
Yeah, there were cameras on parts of the royal family that were giggling as if like, oh my God, what's going on? This isn't like, it just didn't go down well. It really didn't.
Well, her parents were like a train wreck and something too. Like her dad wasn't invited or something. I don't know.
That was weird. I agree.
Everybody's got a train wreck at Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, it was just it was cringeworthy. It really was. It really was.
We back at that time, like we were a little more in contact with the guy who started this. His name was Hayden Hewitt, and
Hayden. Yeah,
I found a meme of the Queen looking at some paint samples that were colors between white and brown, and comparing them to the baby, and then like the fucking it was the younger son and their baby, and the Queen was like trying to like pick the color of the baby and give her thumbs up for it. Hayden thought it was like the funniest shit ever. I don't know how I found it. It just came up, but it was a good subject back then. It almost seemed like you could joke about things a little more back then, even though what was it like 20 years ago, 15 years ago? I don't even know.
Yeah,
things have changed, man.
What do you think about? Well, going back a bit further, then. Do you think Diana was an inside job? Do you think that was?
I don't know. I loved her though. She was an absolute starlet, like tasty cake, sweetheart of a woman, good heart. always trying to help out like the world. I love Diana. I thought she was great.
Yeah. But do you think she was? Do you think there's some conspiracy there or not?
In her death?
Yeah.
No.
You just think it was just a genuine accident?
It seemed to be. I
I
mean,
mean, it's hard to call it an accident. It was she was being chased by paparazzi, and her driver was an idiot.
well, I
Well,
don't
yeah.
want to say it was. Well, I guess accident or not. What are you asking specifically, Lee? More
Well,
about
because at the time, and there's some conspiracy theories out. There's some really good documentaries out as well about what happened at the time that maybe the driver was drugged. I mean, we've got to take this in context, but ultimately, what it boils down to was the royal family really going to put up with the fact that she was going out with Dodi's son, wasn't it? He was a Muslim, and that
Jodie Fayed.
yeah, and if she became pregnant, this could become problematic. So,
What was your thought on the whole thing, Lee?
I'm taking off. I'm taking off, guys. I don't mean to cut in, but
Hey,
I'm taking off.
All right, Aphid.
Great
Take
seeing
care,
you.
buddy.
It's good seeing you guys.
Take
And-
care, Aphid. Have a
Aphid
great
leaving
week.
awfully early.
He said he was. He said he was going to go and watch
Gave
something.
him
didn't he?
the nose tap.
I don't know. To answer your question, I don't know. Is it impossible that could happen? I wouldn't say it's impossible. I just probably think ultimately, though, it was just an unfortunate situation, and I think that I do believe that the driver was on drugs and also had a few drinks, and I don't think that helped. But it helps fuel the conspiracy theories. I think it was probably a genuine accident. Yeah,
Well,
unfortunate.
Smokesteve, there's an amazing football result. I don't know if you're aware of it.
What is it?
The Washington Commanders beat the Detroit Lions in their playoff game. Just finished.
Wow.
Are the Lions
Unbelievable.
considered to be good or bad?
They have one of the best teams and one of the best records in the NFL, and I think most people picked them to go to the Super Bowl.
I
Yeah,
disagreed with that pick.
When's the Super Bowl final?
Probably 2 weeks.
3 weeks, I think.
3 weeks. Because I don't know if you remember Last Dance and Smokesteve, and just for you to know why I decided to take the day off because obviously the time period. I took the day off to watch the final, the Super Bowl. I think was it about 2 years ago, maybe. And
Last year, bro, we
were on Discord. We were on Discord.
Yeah.
And RW, it was the first time I ever decided to watch the Super Bowl, and I was treated by the fact it was so close, wasn't it? Because I remember texting
Good game.
It was unbelievable. I think it was decided within the last kick of the last minute or two of the game, but it was so exciting for me because I'd never watched it before. But I took the day off especially because I knew I'd suffer the next day because of the time, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Well, I've done the same again this year as well.
Outstanding.
Yeah, I'm going to watch
What
it.
did you think of the halftime show and commercials?
Oh, I loved the whole show. I just thought it was great. It was just fantastic. I just loved it.
One thing you got to check out too, Lee, as part of American culture.
Yeah.
Search out the Puppy Bowl.
The Puppy Bowl. Okay.
Yeah, and watch it with your wife and daughter. Daughters, it's freaking cute.
No, one daughter.
Your
I've just got
daughter,
one daughter. We've only got one kid. Yeah.
Is that like a dog show at Thanksgiving or what?
No, it's what's on as an alternative. It's on at the same time as the Super Bowl for people who don't care to watch.
They're actually doing it at a different time this year.
I wouldn't be surprised, right? Yeah, they tape it.
Exactly.
Doesn't need to be live.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's adorable, and there's puppies and
it's a lot of
football.
Oh yeah,
these things are.
My wife and daughter will love that. They will absolutely love it.
You got to watch it.
Yeah,
they love it. And then you look sensitive for showing it to the ladies, and then maybe that pays off later with the
wife. I see where you're going here.
Bingo. You follow me, kid?
Yeah, man. I'm there. I don't watch the Super Bowl, but if I can put anything on that ups my chances, it's going on.
See, RW, you're missing something. The Super Bowl foods consist of wings, ribs, fries, all the tastiest
Close your ears, last dance.
morsels, cheese, things.
Not like any different from any other week.
And for you, last dance is probably cauliflower, spinach. I don't know what the
Deep
fuck.
fried cauliflower, man.
Potato chips.
You can
Or
answer.
whatever it takes. But what
You
I'm
know-
saying is,
I know the 7-layer dip culture, my man.
it ain't about the game. It's about just chill. You know, you hang out with people. You
For me,
watch
it's
the
a
game.
for me, it's a just like the Olympic ceremonies. I watch society. And to me, the Super Bowl every year is a signs of the times update for where society's at.
What are you saying? False God?
I'm saying that.
Are you
the
saying
licentious-
false God?
What?
Like you're saying people like false godding the whole Super Bowl thing?
I don't know what that means.
Well,
Answer me this question then. I've got a mate who goes to the US quite often, and he goes to football games when he's there. Well, when he's got the chance to go there, and he was going, God, Lee, he said it's amazing compared to. So our equivalent would be a Premiership football game. So what happens in that situation here is that the guys will get to the pub. And I've gone a few times where you'll go to the pub, you'll have a good few drinks, you'll probably get half pissed, and you come out and you start chanting at the other group of fans in a somewhat violent kind of tribal way. Insults are being shouted at each other. You almost feel like it's going to kick off. There's a big police presence. You go into the stadium. You sing a few songs to insult the other people, the opposing team, and then the game plays out, and hopefully you've won and you've got bragging rights, this, that, and the other. And he goes, but when I was in the US, he goes, like, I go to a football game. He goes, it's an all-day affair. People in the car parks having barbecues, everyone's
Exactly.
friendly. Is that the case? Is that true? Yeah.
Not
There's
for
a lot of
everybody,
pride
but
involved, that's
a
for
bunch
sure.
of people do it. It's called tailgating. I don't know what it's called in the UK, but yeah, you get there early and you barbecue, and you're not supposed to bring liquor, but as long as you're well behaved, I think mostly they turn the other cheek.
Right.
Where do you turn the cheek to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
So a lot more
porta
of
potties.
a friendly atmosphere then, really. Yeah.
yeah,
As
I
long as
mean,
it's
they
your tribe.
have them here in Massachusetts, but the problem is in like the winter season when the football games are played, it's cold as a motherfucker. So everyone goes into the stadium.
You're a
And
hot dog grill
what
boy,
I
dude.
would call what I would call problematic is that they sell the beers and hot dogs for like $10 to $15 a piece in the stadium.
Oh yeah, same here. Yeah.
So you're getting like
Ripped
maybe
off.
13 ounces of beer. They call it a pint, but it's like 2 ounces of foam for like $15. And then
We need
like
to ask David how to do it.
a hot dog for like the same, you're talking $30. That's insane.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like there's a reason to tailgate. You can get wasted, you can have like a bunch of food and like a wicked party. Then you go in, I guess you watch a game, you're like in a state of delirium, all full of food and booze, and you can barely keep your eyes open and just give the obligatory clap, right? It doesn't sound right, but that's how a lot of people do it, man.
Last time I went to a Premiership football ground, although I'm not a Manchester United supporter because I support Liverpool, but these were like corporate tickets. So anyway, I go outside from the like balcony, and the fans are there sort of a good 30 minutes before the game starts. So some of the players are out warming up. The Manchester United fans start singing to, I think they were playing someone like Newcastle at the time, so they're shouting out to the opposing fans that are in there early as well, going, because they're all sat down and they're waiting. So they start singing the song, "Sit down if you fucked your dad, sit down if you fucked your dad," right? So the Newcastle fans are like, look, yeah. So the Newcastle fans stand up, right? And then the Manchester United fans go, "Oh, the football songs in England are unreal. Stand up if you fucked your mum. Stand up if you fucked your mum." So they can't win. It's just so hilarious. But if you go onto YouTube and put in football chants Premiership, their humor is unreal, and it's so quick as well. It's just unbelievable. But yeah, I doubt that probably goes on at an NFL game. So
I don't know. People like over in your country seem to be able to take the humor and have a laugh about it. Over here, people seem to start throwing punches like a bunch of fucking morons.
I don't know. I think it would be just the level of rivalry. I would think it'd be just like over there. Some team battles are not as big a deal as other.
No, it's not about the team battle, RW. It's about the intelligence of the fan.
I think it's even simpler than that. Some people are angry drunks, and some people are happy drunks.
Yeah, and
I would say most people are happy drunks, but the angry drunks, they are terrible and they'll fight.
Yeah, and I've got to admit, Steve's quite right. The opposing fans will laugh and giggle, and then they've got a song that they can throw back. So it goes on for about half an hour before the game. So the amazing thing in this country, where we're always surprised when you've got rugby games. So let's say you've got England playing I don't know, France, or they might be playing Wales or whatever, is that the crowds are mixed. So you've got opposing fans sat next to each other, and there's never any trouble. And rugger buggers, as we call them, they drink more than probably the Premiership sort of football.
Oh hell
fans.
yeah!
And they
rugby is boo city, bro.
Yeah, but but it's a different mentality with the supporters. That they'll sit next to each other, their opposing team. They'll even clap if it's been a really good try, even though it's not their team. Like, yeah, I appreciate what your team's just done. It's a totally different ball game. It really is.
If I'm watching a football game like today, I watched a football game and it's American football, but if it's not my team, like the Patriots, which they're fucking horrible, so they've been gone for like 2 weeks. So yeah. I'm like, I have a team picked that I'm not like that, invested in. So I'm basically like hoping they win, but if then the other team has like a spectacular play, I'm like, oh shit, like that was a great catch. Like, doesn't matter as much to me. Like, I'm more into it for the spectacle of the athleticism than the actual caring about the fucking team. My team's out. So I just want to see a good game. It's like if you're a fan of football, like soccer for you, Lee, you just watch it to see some ball or goals. You don't watch it always to see your team. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. You're right. Yeah.
Do you guys feel
fucking catatonic up there?
Yeah, I'm gonna bail, buddy. I don't know if I could stay seated.
Before you go, do you feel taxed? Like if you go to an event in the city, do you feel taxed at the end of the day from going into the city and dealing with the city, or is it just another day for you?
No, it is wearying. It does sap your energy.
What is it, do you think, that it's sapping your energy?
I think it is the noise.
So it's not like you're looking over your shoulder, more on edge, more security.
It could be that. It could be the stress of not feeling secure. But I think it's just literally the sound. It just makes you tired.
Didn't expect that one.
Constant din and roar.
So either you guys.
What do you carry? A dagger?
Me? Nothing.
A 38. 38 short.
A broccoli knife.
Last Dance touches on
broccoli knife. That was great. A broccoli knife. That was pretty fucking good.
Last time touches on a good
Because you're a
point.
vegan, a broccoli knife. He has two. He fucking wields them. Well, broccoli knife, man.
Last time touches on a good point there, though, because whenever I've gone to sporting events that are in my home city, I always feel a lot more relaxed because it's kind of, I know everywhere, I know the area, this, that, and the other. I've been to one or two events that are outside the city, and it's like, yeah, you don't, the trouble with the English mentality is once you leave the stadium, you got to be a bit careful because that's when you'll bump into the people that are really tanked up with alcohol, and if they've lost, they see you. If you've got
You're a prime target.
Yeah, I don't bother to wear a shirt of the team or a scarf or anything, just in casual wear.
What about a dress?
No, definitely not. You would definitely be a target.
They
then.
might have.
It's
Oh,
that
so they won't
badly.
avoid you.
You could be threatening, thinking you don't want to get into a fist fight, so you're going to just dress.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
All right,
Good talking
buddy.
to
See you
Next
later.
week. Take it easy.
care, buddy. Have a
Yep.
good week. All right,
All right.
take care.
Man, love you, my friend. I love you. Lee, so you're telling me you're scared of potentially getting beat up, or
You're not scared. You just got your wits about you because you just don't want to. There's some people that are just looking for trouble, and
You don't want to create an opportunity.
Yeah, and you can spot them a mile off, so you just give them, you just give them a wide berth, So
and
You
the
can probably
truth
smell
is,
them and
Lee,
hear them also.
if you lived here, you could just buy a 9mm and then be like, I'm gonna walk home whenever fucking way I want to walk home. And if
It
they're
might
gonna
give you a sense of security, but
I'll tell
you
you what,
still don't want to put yourself in that situation.
You're right. You're right. That's a
I'm
good
not-
point, RW. Do you avoid the situation?
Why
Yeah,
would you want
Just for
to
the
have
sake
to
of
have that?
avoiding violence? Like,
Yeah,
who wants to shoot anybody? Nobody.
exactly.
So if you can go down a different street, I suppose, then it's a smarter move.
Yeah.
Having a firearm does make you feel much more secure. But if you think you're just going to pull it out and shoot somebody, some people may be that simple-minded, but for me, there's way more consequence than that.
Yeah, and I don't want to paint a black picture because even with a lot of opposing fans, say from a sporting event, 90% of them are great. And, they might even turn around and go, you played a good game, you kind of deserve the win. But you've still got a small percentage of people that are actually looking for fucking trouble, and you can spot them a mile off. And they're tanked. I'm sure alcohol's not just the thing that they're taking. There's probably other things as well. And yeah, you can see they're
And you're
really
just talking about the narcotic route. I mean, mix that in with pharmaceuticals, man. You got a cocktail going.
Yeah, they've probably coked up. They've had a few drinks, and now they've lost. They're in a bad mood, and it's like But
Right.
but like I said, you can spot them a mile off. So you just avoid them. You know what I mean? So
Hey, Lee, did you hear about the recent incident that happened at a Philadelphia Eagles football game here in the U.S.?
no,
NFL.
no. What happened there then?
So this guy and this couple were kind of ribbing each other a little bit during a football game. The woman had a Green Bay Packers shirt on, and the guy was a Philadelphia Eagles fan.
Yeah.
So as the game goes on, he starts to get more drunk, and they start interacting a little less and less. It was kind of like had turned off. And then there's a penalty, and the woman cheers. And she's like thinking it was a lot better for her team, but they still gained like 1 yard, but it wasn't as good as she thought. So this Philly fan tells her, and her husband is sitting there, and he says, well, she's just a dumb, ugly cunt.
Right.
What country was this in?
US.
Here, United States,
Wow.
US and A.
That's a bigger deal.
So she wasn't really at all like that was a negative descriptive. But what ended up happening is he, of course, because it became a social media story, the Eagles banned him for life from the stadium. So they revoked his tickets and any future tickets, and he could never sit in the stadium again.
That could be a lot of money if it was the beginning of the season.
So no, it's not. It was near the end. So second step was his company found out about it.
Yeah.
That he works at.
Yeah.
And it turns out that, of course, reporters out there found him, and he has a daughter.
Yeah.
And a wife. And he got fired from his job.
Yeah.
You know, and like, firstly, he has a daughter. Like, when I had a daughter, I realized a lot of things about women that, like, I almost like gained more respect and like understanding about women.
100%.
Even just having a wife.
Yeah.
Because you're now connected to a female.
I mean, even getting the wife means you have to have a balanced understanding to that point.
Correct. So, like, when I heard what this guy said, when I saw it on camera, I was like, Jesus, what the hell's wrong with this guy? Because the woman wasn't, I mean, they had engaged in wit and banter earlier, but he, like, I don't know if the alcohol or whatever set this guy off.
He took it too far, didn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah. Funny thing is, Steve, very similar story happened here in the UK, where there was a director of a company, funny enough, at a Manchester United match, had started to have a bit of first of all, it started off as banter, very similar to what you've just described. Started off with banter because he was close to where the defined line is between the away supporters and the home supporters. And then he started to get into an argument with her, sort of like into the second half. And then there's a picture of him where he stood up with quite an angry face and giving the girl the finger, and which was captured and put on. It was put in the national paper. He ruined the whole of his life. He lost his job. Because the company wasn't prepared to be associated with somebody like that. And I think he even ended up getting divorced. He was financially ruined. But, don't behave like that. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure he had a couple of children. I don't know whether he had any girls or whatever, but I totally understand what you're saying. And it's funny because I've said to my daughter, I've stressed her, as you know, I've talked to you in the past. She's at uni at the moment. She wants to be a teacher, and she's had some difficult bouts of time with work, and she's feeling down. She might have a cold, and she's got another assignment to put in, and this, that, and the other. And there to support her like any parent would. But I'm so conscious of the fact, if you've got a daughter, the one thing I always emphasize to her is the fact that if you get that degree, and I always say to her, like, if you don't, and you want to jib out of it, then you've always got the support of your mum and dad. I don't ever want you to feel like you're forced to do it. But I just want her to be in a position where she can stand up for herself, because whoever she marries, and because we know what men are like, even though I'm putting ourselves down, but that she's got a profession where she can stand on her own 2 feet, and she's not dependent on that guy to supply her with everything, because he could walk out at any time. He could do anything. And I just want her to have that independence and be a person in her own right without worrying about being dependent on someone. I really emphasize that to her. So, because the world's a cruel place, and women, whether we like it or not, it is a man's world. I'm not advocating that, by the way, but I'm just saying I just appreciate the fact having a daughter. It's probably wakened me up even more. She's 20 now, but over the last sort of like easily 10, 15 years, you start to realize, they've got a little bit tougher than us men in most cases. So,
yeah, that's true.
There was a statement that was being defended on X where someone said that, I'm going to a different territory here, that it was a trans woman that was stabbed by kids around the 18, 17-year-old age because this woman gave head to this boy, and then he found out that she was a boy, and they stabbed her. And someone was.
This sounds. Is this verified, RW?
This is very recent.
Verified.
Yes, from what I've seen, it's a true story. So, and it's because their court, Manchester court or something trial. It's like it's happened. It's in the court system.
That to me sounds like a person guilty of a crime that should put them away for life.
Well, the argument is if it's sex by deception or something like that. I was trying to look into the understanding of it. If someone lies to you and says that they're a woman, and then you have sex with them, and then you find out that they're a man, were you raped? Like there's a court battle going on. But the whole point I'm trying to make is someone made the statistic that these trans women are getting assaulted much more than cis women, or whatever the right term is, because of whatever reason. And then there's a back and forth.
I have no idea.
But when someone said the concept of you tricking a man and they find out that they've been hoodwinked and just had sex with a dude or whatever it is, I can see a crime of passion triggering in that scenario.
I don't know. Sounds.
It's kind of like false advertising, though, isn't it? To a degree, without belittling the situation.
Sounds like a trap.
You think you're with a chick, right? And then she gives you, say, without being crude, a blowjob, and then you find out that actually, when you decide to maybe touch her somewhere, that you're feeling some meat and two veg, and you're thinking, "Hang on, I wasn't signed up for this." So right. I can understand why someone would be a bit upset about that.
And then add alcohol or whatever to that scenario, and if they're not stable or whatever, I can see the equation.
Yeah,
it's not a normal equation.
I mean, alcohol, you turn the lights down low, you don't know what's happening. But then what happens when the guy freaks out on the other side? What he didn't know.
What do you mean?
Well, there's been cases where they flipped out too much.
Right. I agree. I'm not saying it's right to harm anyone. I'm just saying I can understand it. I can understand.
Yeah, freak out. You would freak out. I mean, that person has the responsibility, I think, to turn around and go, "I am a male." I don't think they should hide that fact until you find out one way or another. That's not fair.
Right, because naturally the person on the other side is on vacation, they're consuming their alcohol, they're driven, they're whatever, maybe they're horny, whatever it is, but there's an aura of deception here.
Yeah, it's deception. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
Right. And who is the person who's supposed to make this known? Is it the person who's getting deceived, or is
I
it
believe it's the person that's not who they portray themselves to be that should be giving this information out?
That's the deceiver.
Yes.
So
the man might think that the deceiver. The man might think he's winning a game. It's like, ha! I've turned you into my pants, and then he's like, oh. So
exactly.
On a side note, just for a second, I've just watched Steve.
Feel free to take it in any direction.
I've just watched Steve, and I just thought, yeah, do you know what? I'm gonna have another smoke as well.
You're smoking it up, dude. More?
Oh yeah, dude.
What do you got? What do you got? What's the burn?
I'll show you. Hang on, I'll show you. I only turn the cam off because sometimes I have problems with my bandwidth. But
that's fine.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very mellow. So it's
nice.
Yeah, it's nice. I just saw you take a inhale. Then I just thought, oh, do you know what? I'm gonna have one more.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going? Speaking of deception, are you going to edit this video or just drop it out because of the bomb?
Me?
What?
Yeah.
Bomb?
Do you have to do anything with this video because of what happened during the stream?
No, I'll just let it go.
Okay. I don't know how that works on YouTube's end.
Yeah, they might cancel the whole thing, or they might not. Sometimes
know-
they catch them, sometimes they don't. I have about a 10-second delay, RW. I think that was damn close to 10 seconds. And, when I saw that little midget or whatever it was
Yeah, what-
fucking masturbating,
What was that about?
Whatever
What was
he was doing.
whatever it was, that thing, I don't know if I saw any private parts. It was so
No, I
fast.
don't. Yeah. But what
He
was
didn't
that
have
about?
much
I mean,
private parts to offer.
he was contributing to the conversation. Do you know what I mean? I just thought, he's an okay guy. And
That
then
was
he
the
goes,
longest con that he played.
and
I
then he
saw
goes
people in
and
the
does
chat
something like
saying
that.
it.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah. The funny thing is, he engaged with us. He was actually
Exactly.
lucid ideas. He was right here. He was in the conversation, and then he did that. So this is what we deal with. We have these guys that fake it, and then somebody in the chat said that's not who he says he is. It's not the same guy.
Yeah, but I don't know who the hell the real guy was. So it wasn't hard.
Exactly.
It's like, who the fuck is the real guy?
That's what I was saying, RW. I'm like, I don't know the real guy or the fake guy. And then I didn't really recognize it. And I was kind of high and like a little buzzed here. And then like 5 minutes later, he started like showing a midget masturbating. And that's how it goes. And then I think we ended it fast enough. If not, we'll find out tomorrow, and everything will be gone. It was,
I think
I
we
don't look
ended
back
it
very
fast.
often.
it was pretty damn funny.
It's like, why would someone, your stream has a solid dozen people that watch it religiously. Like, why attack that stream? There's people that he could get so much more clout for. What is the it's like a love relationship. It's like he loves this show. It means that much to him.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it's like anything RW, isn't it? You're trying to understand people that are just, they're not, do you know what I mean? They're not wired the right way. So it's pointless trying to work them out.
Well, honestly,
hold on.
Honestly, it
she
keeps me
recognized it
on.
right away. Why? I don't remember you saying anything. Why didn't you be like, bro, hey, bro?
Honestly, I didn't recognize it, and shit, she recognized the voice right away. What,
Stevie? Is he been?
You need to give her the trigger finger, man.
I thought there was some recognition by some of the other guys. That has he been on before? They were like,
but they were random people in his chat. In the chat,
Oh.
random people came and said that this random person was this person, and it's just like, to me, it was him and on both sides.
That was good though. I mean, he did great. A little bit of porn, midget porn. Man, you'll have that. It's the internet. That's what we get.
This is 4chan right here.
8chan.
Yeah. Okay. 16chan. I don't know why we're stopping.
No, I think there's only 4 and 8. You know that.
No,
I'm just saying we
should start the next one.
What the hell is that thing? A toothpick?
Can I have a nice smoke?
Did you just roll that?
Yeah. I saw you smoking then. I just thought, do you know what? I'm gonna have another one. Fuck it. Excuse my friend.
The root word for that was uck.
Do you know when we were talking earlier? I'll tell you a true story, and you know why I won't be lying, because of the ending of the story. We were going about, I forget what we were talking about, something with girls or something. Anyway, many moons ago, when I was younger, probably in my early 20s, I had a situation where I was at a pub. And I'd just come out of a relationship, so I was, feeling a bit down or whatever. Anyway, there was a couple of girls that I knew there was one that I knew she liked me, and the other one I wasn't so sure. So anyway, my parents were away on holiday. Excuse me. I had the house to myself, and I thought, I'll just invite them back, see what happens. Anyway, they both agreed to come back, so that was cool, because the one of them I knew was into me. You just know, don't you, by the looks and everything else. I didn't know them that well, but I knew of them. So they came back, and we had some more drinks, and we had a smoke. We all had a smoke together. So anyway, ends up that we end up going to my bedroom, and what I didn't know is that they were also into each other. So they get into my bed, and I'm sat on a chair in my bedroom with the window open. It's a summer's night. It's
That's
about
the
now.
cup chair.
It's probably about 12:30 at night, 1 o'clock in the morning, and they're under the covers and giggling and doing things and inviting me into the bed. And through my pure greediness and stupidity, I thought it'd be a good idea to just roll one more joint, of which I smoked whilst I could hear them doing what they were doing, without not being crude or thingy, but I'm just telling you the story. So anyway, I thought, I'm going to get in there, and they were saying, "Look, when are you coming in?" I was like, "I'm just going to finish this, and I'll."
Wait. It's 2 girls or a girl and a guy?
2 girls.
Okay,
Girls,
I'm
yeah.
trying to picture the story, and I'm like, wait a second, I have a roadblock.
No, two girls. Anyway, so I smoked the joint, and the next thing I know, it's about 5:30 in the morning, and it's daylight. They're both asleep. They've had their fun. And so I thought, okay, I've just woken up. I shouldn't really have smoked that other joint because it's zonked me out. So I decided to get into the bed and try, of which I get slapped across the face and told, "You had your chance. It's too late." Oh my God, I was so gutted.
Dude. How
I
alpha
know.
male was it though to be like, yeah, I'm good?
Oh my God, I was so gutted, honestly. But yeah, so it didn't end well. But my one
I don't
and
know.
only
You probably
chance.
dodged a bullet. Probably dodged some
Yeah,
herpes.
maybe I did. I don't know, but oh God, I was so pissed off because I just thought that's your own greed that's ruined that, because you just thought, oh yeah, I'll
It
have
was
one
just a
more joint.
different greed. You had a marijuana greed instead of a
Yeah,
beaver
I know.
greed or whatever.
Yeah, too right. So
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what.
yeah, you should
I
be
don't know
sorry.
what
I've been
condolence
sorry
to give.
all my life. I've regretted it all my life. Oh dear. But hey ho, these things happen.
You got it out of your system now. I think it'll be okay.
Yeah. I've never had that opportunity again since RW, but I'm happy. I'm happily married. I've got a daughter.
I was gonna say, like, are you married? I don't know how that works for you.
Yeah,
but
I've been married
happy, man. I like
30
being
years,
married.
mate. I've been married 30 years now. So
I like it. It was rough there in the beginning when I was still selfish in certain ways, but I've matured, I guess, a bit, and now the marriage is like it's so much better than dating or being alone.
oh God, yeah, too right. How many children have you got, RW?
Too many. No, two
Two.
is many.
Right. And they boys, girls, or
Both
same
boys.
sex? Or?
I don't.
Both.
I see different family members having girls, and
yeah,
I thought it was such a different dynamic until I saw them grow up and how crazy the girls have got too. So I don't know if I have it harder or worse or not.
Oh, it's probably 50-50. You've just got the one girl, haven't you, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, same as me. Yeah. How old is she now,
having
though?
children is definitely a learning curve that I respect and usually get along with other people better and more fluidly if they've had children, because they have a different wavelength than people that never had that level of responsibility.
How old are your boys, RW?
6 and 10.
Oh, they're young baby. They're still babies then, really. And Steve, how old's your daughter? She's 14 or something?
16.
16. Oh my God.
They said 60. I was like, damn, they grow up quick, dude.
Yeah, because I remember speaking like when I first sort of got to know you, Steve. She was probably then 14 or younger. Because my Ellie she's 20 now, so she's 21 she's 21 in March. So yeah.
So Steve's girl is now a road warrior. That's a licensed driver.
Yep.
Do
Wow.
you find
hard to let go and just let them go like that? Like when they're on the road by themselves? Like, to me, that I would be stressed.
No.
Yeah, you just gotta let things go the way.
Oh yeah. So true.
Not there yet.
I mean, Steve will know this anyway, RW. I remember telling him when she passed the test, and she's been driving now for 7, 8, 9, 20. Yeah, 3 years. So you just let it go. You can't worry about them all the time. And she loves it. I mean, the
No.
thing is, you try to give them advice and stuff, but the other thing you've got to do as well is take the attitude. What I do anyway. I remember my mum and dad going, "Oh, be careful when you're driving." But at that age, you think you know it all anyway, and you're not going to stop them from wanting to go where they want to go because
I'm
they've
still
got.
trying not to have that mindset now.
Yeah.
But for me, truth is very black and white, and I have a very defined understanding of truth.
Yeah.
And my boys are being raised with that worldview. And when
Good
they
on you.
finally
Yeah.
do make it out into the world, the amount of other worldviews that they're going to experience is, I don't know how they're going to cope with that one. But there's
Yeah.
no other way that I'd have it. I'm not letting them experience those worldviews until they're on their own.
Yeah. Yeah. But do you find that is my own belief, there's no truer saying that the older you get, the quicker time goes, and for me that is so true.
I see
I
that.
mean, I just like you might look at your boys and go, right, 6 and whatever. God, it was only 5 minutes ago you were holding them in your arms. Do you know what I mean? They're little baby, and it's
I need
like,
to get a little bit farther down the road to look back like that because it's so stressful for me right now.
right.
That time is slow that way. But when the stress is no longer the big factor, I can totally see what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you find that, Steve? Do you find time seems to be going faster and faster?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Too right.
What do you look forward to every year? A lot of people, it's Christmas. Like Christmas comes faster every year for some people.
Well, for me, it's summer.
Summer
Yeah.
because of fishing.
Yeah. Well, no, me and my daughter get to go to the beach together and
Oh yeah, cool.
just explore around and forget about
Yeah.
the rest of the world and look at the ocean. And it's beautiful, man. It's fucking
Yeah, I'm
awesome.
glad you have that venue.
And for me, the reason why I love summer so much, especially once you start to go into spring, is the fact that you can finish work and there's longer days, there's more sunlight.
There
So
still
you,
is a day, yeah.
so you can go off and do things. So the days are so much longer, so you can spend it with your family. We
The
don't
kids
always
are
want to be
chirping
at
at
work.
kid.
So that's why I love it. So
What is
Sure.
the average temperature during the summer where you live?
probably about you'll probably laugh, but it's probably average, I would say about 22 or 24 degrees Celsius. It's kind of
That's like awesome work weather.
yeah.
Because
Yeah. I
once
mean,
you get up to 30 or plus, man, that sucks.
yeah. And occasionally we'll have about a time where we might have, if we're lucky, maybe a week or two if there's a heat wave where it will be 27, 30. Doesn't happen often though.
You have short periods of that.
Yeah, very short periods of that. Yeah, unless it's just an unusual summer. And there have been times where we've had summers that can be like that could last for 2 or 3 weeks. But
How
and
much lower is Steve on the latitude than you? Is it about the same?
oh, good question. I'm not sure actually.
It's close.
I would think you have very similar summers.
It's no, it's not. See, well, no, it's much hotter here.
Because of the water?
No, because of the angle of the sun.
Yeah, and also the what's that thing that's up in the atmosphere with the wind direction that dips and
Gulf Stream?
the Gulf Stream, yeah. That has a huge effect here as well, yeah. So once you go like below the UK, once you get into like the middle of France, northern Spain, then you'll be hitting the 30s easily. But for us, the way that the Gulf Stream works is that that's why our temperatures are the way they are. So if we're lucky and you've got a Gulf Stream where it's peaking, so it's in an arch above the UK, it draws all the warm air up from Europe, and then that's when we'll have a heat wave. So
It sounds like you've traveled around Europe a bit. When you think of the different landscapes of Europe, is there any that stand out as more beautiful?
probably that's a really good question. Where would I consider?
And you, Steve, for America, is there somewhere here that's
Well, in terms of the beauty, in what way? Like mountain ranges, rivers?
Exactly. I mean, you have to define that for yourself.
So, if you went to the north of UK, Cumbria is no. I mean, there's some amazing. I don't think it would probably even when you compare it to the US, but for us, it's it's very picturesque. If millions of tourists would go there to look at the lakes, the mountains, and this, that, and the other. But for me, with my own personal experience, there are places in Germany, south of France, northern Italy, where you've got the Pyrenees. That are they're absolutely gorgeous, jaw dropping. You just think, wow,
What's the Pyrenees?
It's the mountain range at the south that borders France and Spain. So once you go
and
over
the trees are like what kind of tree? Like maple, like just like it would be anywhere else?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I remember traveling in the Pyrenees. I was in a car, and you've got a road that if you went off the side, you're going to be traveling a good few hundred meters down.
Yeah, no, dude, I remember that in the Rockies. That was sketchy.
Yeah. So I remember driving across the Pyrenees, and what an experience! So there was an eagle with about a 6 to 8 foot wingspan that flew right in front of the car, and I slammed the brakes on because there was nothing up there anyway. It wasn't like there wasn't no cars behind us, and got out the car. And so 1 minute it's like just traveling past the car, and then it goes just a few yards, and there's like thousands of yards drop, and just watching it glide because it was just gliding around, but it was so huge. Yeah, it's one thing watching them on TV, it's another thing watching them in real life. Do you know what I mean? It was like amazing.
Yeah, the majestic aspect of it.
Yeah. And another thing I found, which was I stopped the car actually, and I didn't cry, but I was a little bit emotional. When I was in northern France, we were coming across a road where all of a sudden there were white crosses for the people that had obviously fallen in World War II, which were Americans and English, and as far as I could see, there were white crosses. And I remember pulling over and getting out of the car and just looking and thinking, "Oh my God!"
I thought that was in Normandy or something.
Yeah. And it was just like when you see it and think that every person, every one of those crosses represents a person. You just like, oh my God, it's really hard hitting. Really hard hitting. And like I said, I didn't cry, but I was a bit emotional thinking they're all young men,
I think that would be a good field trip destination.
Yeah. It hits you hard. It really does. And that's
what about you, Steve? I'm just curious. If you want to kill the live man so you don't have to worry about it, I'm cool too.
Yeah, same here. I don't want you to stay up for
I was just curious if you had a place in America that you considered very beautiful compared to others for some reason.
Not really.
Have you guys ever been to? Because the one thing we see, I've yet to visit the United States. I'm gonna do it in the next few years. But the pictures look amazing. There's one place I really want to go to, the Grand Canyon. Have you been there?
Yep.
No.
Before they made the glass walk, though, like a long time ago.